The month of May explodes in Boston Wrestling MWF. Joining us for the first time in studio will be ECW icon New Jack, Saturday, May the 8th, taping episodes of Wrestling Insiders and a special live episode with the Cyber autograph signing. Then Saturday, May the 22nd, Sunday, May the 23rd, the legendary Demolition Axe, the Masked Superstar, one half of the greatest tag team in WWE history, joins us for 2 days of Wrestling Insider tapings in a live Cyber autograph signing with photos already signed by Demolition Smash. It's going to be a month to remember. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com. Pre-order your 8x10 photos now and help keep wrestling legends working.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep wrestling legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there, live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, it is Saturday night. Welcome to Wrestling Insiders Week in Review with a new, earlier start time to perhaps make it easier for you guys to watch. If you're unfamiliar with this program, it is your one-stop shopping destination with all 5 of our Superstar Shoot interviews from the past week featured in a supersized episode with great late-night wrestling talk, not only from the superstars, but you guys too when you choose to participate in the little premiere chat. It's hard to believe that the month of May is already here, but let's get down to business as we are planning a blockbuster month of May. Warning you now, get your calendars out to try and keep track of all of the happenings. Of course, we bring you brand new original content at least twice per day, other than WWE. Where else are you going to get that kind of content, fans? That statement right there highlights the need for you guys to join the team, and if you can, to join the family. Saturday night, May the 8th, ECW icon, the former three-time tag team champion New Jack joins us live for a series of Wrestling Insider tapings, watch-alongs, and a live episode featuring a Cyber autograph signing. Great chance for you to support the show, get an autograph collectible that'll sign to you live on air and give to you with a shout-out as he's doing it. You can pre-order now at bostonwrestling.com. Barring a cyber act of God, we should be back with another pay-per-view watch-along Sunday night, May the 16th, with WWE's WrestleMania Backlash. Our watch-alongs are always fun and interactive. Load up WWE Network on Peacock or however you do it in the spring of 2021. We'll have some laughs and hopefully get to see some good wrestling at the same time. To me, even bigger, we have a doubleheader Saturday, May the 22nd, Sunday, May the 23rd. The legendary Demolition Axe, the mass superstar, joins us for not 1 but 2 days of historic Wrestling Insider tapings, watch-alongs, and live Cyber autograph signings. Demolition Smash signed photos for us in Tampa, so you can get a beautiful 8x10 photo signed by the greatest tag team in WWE history for your collection. Again, head on over to bostonwrestling.com to pre-order yours now. As we've noted, Wrestle House in Tampa was a lot of fun and productive, but it was a killer to our various metrics and numbers for the month of April. That's why we need your help in a variety of ways to kick ass in the month of May. If we want to have 5 nights of original talk shows per week, we need you to join the Boston Wrestling MWF family over on Patreon. Not friendship, not fans, not fandom, not a fan club. It is an inner circle, a professional wrestling family that for just a couple of bucks brings you early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders. Our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library is seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusive perks, and more, all while helping keep wrestling legends working at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Give it a try. We think you will love it. Again, that is patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife for many businesses and for people like Marty Jannetty and Glantz, who never stop rocking. That cannot be said for our eBay store, which is open 24/7. The Melrose Post Office is getting tired of my visits, which is a great thing, because that means the orders are coming in to help keep growing our talk show series during these unprecedented times. We invite you, we implore you to visit the link to the Boston Wrestling eBay store in the description box below. Every order gets you a shout-out on the air from one of our featured superstars. It may take us a while, depending upon our taping schedule, but you're going to get that online shout-out. If you enjoy our talk shows and all of the hard work we put into it, the gray Super Chat button right under the premiere box is open. If you're chatting away, you're typing away, you see that little gray $ symbol, click it. Don't forget to tip the bartender. We're not getting rich. We're trying to stay alive and bring you more and more great content. There are also ways you can support the cause that will not cost you one single penny, just a second of your time. Give the video a big thumbs up if you're enjoying it, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. If you click the little bell, you'll get a notification for all of our new programming. Let's show YouTube how much you guys are loving what we do, so they'll showcase our episodes to more and more new fans. Again, let's be realistic. There are millions of fans that have no idea we exist, but once they do, especially if they love 80s and 90s theme wrestling, I have a feeling they're going to love us and they're going to stay with us. The growth from 2020 to 2021 was amazing. We have to keep these numbers growing, not going down. Last but not least, share the links to these great talk shows online, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Reddit, wrestling Facebook groups. Send them to popular wrestling websites. Without a giant advertising budget, it makes the job harder, but with the best group of friends and fans in professional wrestling, I have absolutely no doubt we can get the job done. We kick off tonight's Wrestling Insiders Week in Review with Oscar of Men on a Mission's weekly Wrestling Insider Monday Night Mission, which this Monday night officially moves to 11 p.m. after Raw instead of kicking it off at 7 p.m. before Raw. We're going to try and see if you guys like it better after Raw concludes. On this episode, Oscar shoots on the WWE trash bag scandal, the Dave Meltzer and Charlotte social media tiff, Kenny Omega, the AEW and Impact Wrestling dual champion, what CM Punk's return to wrestling would mean, and more. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, it's Monday night. The man on a mission himself will be joining us momentarily. Wanted to take a second to apologize for there not being an Impact Wrestling Rebellion pay-per-view watch-along last night. Dave Carter didn't go full Socko on us, but he said he'd help a friend move. I was going to try and attempt to hang out with you guys and do the watch-along myself, but Dave, I should say, still has the piece we need from our Wrestle House endeavor in Tampa to be able to go live. So unfortunately, we didn't have the watch-along last night. I was disappointed. Hopefully you guys were able to survive the night without us, so to speak. With that said, still planning on a blockbuster month of May, warning you now to get your calendars out to keep track of all of the happenings. Of course, we bring you brand new, original content at least twice a day other than WWE. Where else are you going to find that, fans? That statement right there highlights the need for you guys to join the team and to join the Boston Wrestling Sports family. Saturday, May the 8th, ECW icon, the former three-time tag team champion, New Jack, will be joining us for a series of Wrestling Insiders tapings, watch-alongs, and a live episode featuring a cyber autograph signing. A great chance for you to support the show, get an autograph collectible that New Jack will sign to you live on air, and give you a shout-out as he's doing it. You can pre-order your photo now at bostonwrestling.com. Barring a cyber-active god, we should be back with another live pay-per-view watch-along Sunday, May the 16th with WWE's WrestleMania Backlash. Our watch-alongs are always fun and interactive, so load up WWE Network on Peacock or however it's done in the spring of 2021. I still haven't tested the waters with it yet. We'll have some laughs and hopefully see some good wrestling at the same time. To me, even bigger, we have a doubleheader Saturday, May the 22nd, Sunday, May the 23rd. The legendary Demolition Axe, the masked superstar, joins us for not one, but 2 days of historic Wrestling Insiders tapings, watch-alongs, and live cyber autograph signings. Demolition Smash signed photos for us in Tampa. You can get a beautiful 8x10 photo signed by the greatest tag team in WWE history for your collection and get a live shout-out from Axe as he's doing it. Again, head on over to bostonwrestling.com to pre-order yours now. As we've noted, Wrestle House in Tampa was a lot of fun. It was productive, but it was a killer in a negative way to our various numbers and metrics for the month of April, which is why we need your help in a variety of ways. Fans, please listen up. If you think you can give us the hot tag, baby, now is the time. If you want us to continue to bring you 5 nights of original talk shows per week, we need you to join the Boston Wrestling MWF family. The family over on Patreon. Not friendship, not fans, not a fan club. An inner circle, a professional wrestling family that for just a couple of bucks brings you early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders. Our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show. Patreon exclusives and more, all while helping keep professional wrestling legends working at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Give it a try. We think you'll love it. Again, that is patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. The link can be found in the description box below. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife for many businesses and people like Marty Jannetty and Glantz, who never stop rocking. That cannot be said for our eBay store, which is open 24/7. The Melrose post office is getting tired of my visits, which is a great thing for us, as it means we have orders coming in to help growing the talk show series during these unprecedented times. We invite you, we implore you to visit the link to the Boston Wrestling eBay store in the description box below. Every order gets an online shout-out from one of our great legends across the Wrestling Insiders platform. If you enjoy our talk shows and all of the hard work we put into it, the gray $ button, that little super chat button under The live premiere chat is open. If you're typing messages, just click the X. And don't forget to tip the bartender. We're not getting rich. We're just trying to stay alive and bring you more and more great content. And there are ways you can support the cause at no cost to you whatsoever other than a second of your time. Give the video a big thumbs up and subscribe to our YouTube channel for free. If you click the little bell, it'll give you a notification when the new programs premiere. Let's show YouTube how much you guys are loving what we're doing, so they'll showcase our episodes to more and more new fans. Let's be realistic. There are millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of fans that have no idea we exist, but once they do, especially if they love 80s and 90s theme wrestling, I have a feeling they're going to love us, and I have a feeling they're going to stay with us. The growth that we had from 2020 to 2021 is amazing. We need to keep those numbers growing if we want to keep doing this the way we do it. Last but not least, please share the links to these great talk shows online, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Reddit, in wrestling Facebook groups. Send them to popular wrestling websites. Without a giant advertising budget, hey, you know what? Without a big budget like that, it makes the job harder, but we have the best group of friends and fans in professional wrestling. I have zero doubt we can get the job done. Just got to be patient. Sometimes patience can be a killer. With that said, it's now time for Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission with my partner in crime, the man that led Men on a Mission to WWF Tag Team Championship gold, the man that almost blew the roof off of the world's most famous arena at WrestleMania 10, the man who knows almost about as much as Reese's Pieces as Dr. Reese himself, Oscar. Very happy to be joined by Oscar until I found out where you were, Oscar. Oscar, would you like to share with the fans at home where you are right now?
Well, it's been a hell of a run. I spent 4 days relaxing in Vegas. And then I was with the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, and Mike Rotundo yesterday in Fort Wayne, Indiana at an autograph signing. And the last stop on this victory tour is South Lake Methodist Hospital, where I've been admitted because of chest discomfort.
Now, you didn't get a little too frisky with some of Reese's Pieces in Las Vegas. Is that what got the cardio up, or?
That might have did it.
It might have been it. Now, how are things going on the new Gentlemen's Club down there in Vegas? Is Reese's Pieces? Does it look like it's going to be a go, or during these COVID times, are we going to have to hit the pause on the construction button?
No, it's a gold mine, trust me.
Reese's Pieces will be a gold mine. Well, I'm very sorry to hear you're in the hospital. I do have to say this, though. Out of all the episodes we've done, this is the most clear you've sounded over the phone. So I don't know if you're going to see if you could maybe rent a room at the hospital every Monday when we tape this show or what. But I'm sorry to hear that you're not feeling well. How long have you been there for?
I came here straight from Fort Wayne, Indiana, from the autograph signing.
So overnight?
Yeah, last night.
Oh, my God. Well, geez, I was wondering why I didn't hear from you. But
Well,
how did the signing go?
the signing was great.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I got to sit next to, right next to Bill DeMott.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've known Bill a long time. All the way back to the CWA days with Tony Rumble.
Bill is so funny. He kept on harassing kids. He would ask kids if they wanted to arm wrestle. And I'm thinking, okay, he's getting ready to make these kids feel real good. Arm wrestling, he said, I bet you $1, the arm wrestling contest. And then he would just take the kid out in the arm wrestling. He would just beat him right away.
He wasn't putting them over.
No, it was the funniest thing.
Well, all right, Oscar. A lot going on in the world of professional wrestling since we last spoke. We did multiple episodes last week to try and get a little bit caught up. I'm sure, as you heard, though, kind of a reshuffling of the deck in Titan Towers after several of the release talents received their belongings from the company in bags of garbage.
No, I did not hear that.
You
What?
didn't hear about that. Well, Mickie James started the phenomenon. She sent Vince and WWE a thank you tweet as she received her whatever item she still had at the end of her, not employment, but her relationship with the company, they sent it in a trash bag to her home. And, that was her way of, I guess, getting a little zing at them, was putting it on Twitter. And other talents as well receive their, whether it be, gimmicks or outfits that they wear to the ring, they were sent in boxes inside of a garbage bag.
I mean, what they don't own. Okay, I love your opinion on stuff because I can't figure that. Why do you suppose they would do that?
Oscar, I can't even begin to think why they would do that. I mean, it's not 1995.
Right.
And a money-losing company. So there were many heads that were axed. Mark Carano in talent relations went bye-bye, along with people underneath.
No, wait, slow down. Carano is gone?
Out.
Well,
the company was humiliated. Triple H and Stephanie both went to Twitter to apologize to Mickey and the rest of the talents that received their belongings in garbage bags.
Okay, so this was a Carano's doing.
I don't know that to be fact, but he was the highest up the food chain that I know of that got fired over it. I know Johnny Ace did not.
Now that he's gone, I can say publicly, I never liked that guy.
Why, Oscar?
Every time I would ask to do something or pitch something, let's start here. Okay, let's start here. In California, WrestleMania up in the Bay Area.
So we're talking WrestleMania 31.
Right. Tim White told me, ask for a ticket. They still got tickets. Just ask for one. So I saw Carano. First of all, he was always blowing me off.
Mm-hmm.
Carano treated me like I owed him money or something like that.
Really?
And I didn't know the man. Never met him. Didn't work with him. Nothing. So back to WrestleMania. They had extra tickets, for talent and whatnot. So I asked him if I could get a ticket. He said his ticket guy left. Now there are 1,000 avenues that he could have went to give me one single ticket to it, but he blew me off in that fashion, and I just found that a little insulting. And anytime I would, ask if I could maybe rap at a Fanfest or anything else, before he checked with anybody, anything else, he just flat out would just say no. I mean, the man he just treated me badly, and like I said, I never understood it because I don't have a relationship with him. Good or bad or indifferent.
Well, maybe to play devil's advocate, maybe he didn't know who you were from that era. Maybe he wasn't. He knew who you were. Okay,
exactly who I was.
Okay, all right.
Because he told me, he was like, "Yeah, Howard Finkel is always talking about you guys, and this that no, he wasn't that ignorant. He knew who I was."
Well, you blew that theory out of the water really quick, Oscar.
Yep.
Well, at least he's not someone you have to worry about engaging with in the future. I'm not sure who's going to take all of these now open spots within talent relations, but just kind of an insulting way for these people who had their spirits crushed by losing their jobs to receive their belongings in garbage bags mailed to their home.
Yeah, that was. I mean, there's no reason. I mean, okay, it's bad enough you got released. Why you how's the company gonna make you feel any worse by doing that? Garbage bags is the way your baby mama throw you out the house and give you your stuff.
Is that how Reese? Is that how he will plan on sending his future endeavor packages to the pieces in Vegas.
No, I'm gonna tell you, no, Reese got more class than that. Reese gonna box it up real nice with a beautiful note and let you almost feel glad that you got let go, because he's gonna do it just that classy.
Well, to be fair, they did put the trash bags in a box before they mailed them, but inside it was almost like they recruited John Cena's mother from those hefty trash bag commercials to package up the belongings and ship them off to the talent.
Yeah, no, that was just a shame.
Bad luck.
Yeah, I mean, even companies that don't have any money, do it better than that.
They don't send them in garbage bags.
Nah, I mean, you can get fired from the mom and pop gas station, and they gonna pack it up better than that.
Do you think WWE had any other choice but to release these people that garbage bagged the belongings?
They had choices on the garbage bags. I don't know if they have much choice on the releases. I mean,
I don't mean as far as the talent goes. I mean the office personnel that was let go. Do you think there was any other recourse other than to let them release them?
Let's go down the list. Mark Carano, I'm glad he's gone. I don't know if they had a choice or not, but hey, goodbye. That's how the song goes. I'm glad he's gone because I had no. Woo. Next, who else went? Let's see if I know.
Geez, one of them was a referee that used to handle the extra duties. I think now he's still with the company, but only as a referee now. His talent relations work, I guess, is now a thing of the past. There was another one, I can't think of her name. I think she used to work at one point with John Laurinaitis during his first run. I recognized her name, and I can't think of it off the top of my head. But at least 3 went. And it's surprising. A lot of those people they get mafia'd in for at least a couple of decades. To see them go, it's usually a pretty big surprise once they do.
Right. No, I got you.
Would you have got rid of them if it was at your discretion?
If it was, I don't know. That's really a trick question, because if it was me, I think a lot of more people would have been gone a long time ago.
Would you send them their belongings in garbage bags?
No, I would not.
No, you'd be classier.
And you know
than
what?
that.
I wouldn't do it no matter how much I even hated them. Because, respect is due to a dog, like my grandma would say. I mean, treat people with dignity. Treat their belongings with dignity. I mean, I'll put it like this. If nothing else, for the respect for the days that they were there, the days that they were of value, the days that they were of making you money. I mean, if for the strength of nothing else, look at that. Because they had somewhat of a track record to be there 6 days, 6 months, or 16 years. So treat this, how much does it cost to box up somebody's stuff with dignity and send it to their house?
Well, do you think maybe, again, playing devil's advocate, they put it in the garbage bags to make sure it wouldn't be damaged inside the box?
No. You ship boxes all day long, and don't no damage come to the most fragile of items. So no, that's no excuse.
Maybe a little bubble wrap instead of the garbage bag.
That's why God created Amazon Prime.
But do you think maybe they should have gone the bubble wrap route, Oscar, instead of the garbage bag?
They could have. Okay, you could have skipped on the bubble wrap. Don't garbage bag people's stuff.
So you think they should have used a little bubble wrap instead of the garbage bags?
I don't care whether they use the bubble wrap or not, but use the box.
Well, they did use the box. It's not like they just ship garbage bags. But when you open the box...
Well, let's put it like this. If they used the box, great. They could have left the garbage bag out of the equation.
So you would have put a little bubble wrap maybe in the box to make sure everything stayed nice and secure.
Bubble wrap over garbage bag.
But
How about that?
there's the phrase of 2021 fans. Bubble wrap over garbage bags. If you're going to mail something to a loved one or someone that you just fired, that is the mailing preference of choice by Oscar and everyone here at Boston Wrestling Sports. I don't think we've actually ever had to do that before, but
Okay. Yeah, as the CEO of Boston Wrestling Sports, do you think John Cena Sr. or yourself would have directed anybody to send people their locker room stuff in a garbage bag if they got let go? I mean, would you do that?
No. My thought would have, depending upon what it is, would have been to either put it in a box or if it was something that was fragile, maybe wrap it in a little bubble wrap.
Even the guy that left under the worst circumstances, I still wouldn't put his stuff in no garbage bag.
Well, if it was someone I hated, maybe. I got to be honest.
Okay,
You know
well,
me. I can be a vengeful individual when it comes to
all
someone.
right, then they must have hated a lot of people. They must have hated those people. All right, since that's the way we doing it.
I can think of a couple I would have liked to have mailed home from the live events in garbage bags, but that's a different story for a different time. But it's amazing sometimes the things that go on in that wild world that is Stamford, Connecticut, Titan Towers, to see that such little thought was put into something that turned into such a monster issue on Twitter for them, for Triple H and Stephanie to both go on their personal accounts to apologize to these talents.
Yeah, I mean, if they apologize, then they certainly didn't orchestrate that move. Because if they orchestrated it, you wouldn't have heard no apology from neither one of them.
No, I think it would have been kind of swept under the rug at that point. I think
Another prevailing theory could be they was at the helm of all that, and then Vince found out and didn't appreciate it and made them apologize. I think of it like that too.
Well, you weren't exactly fired when you left WWE like a lot of these talents were. But it's a tough thing to go through, to leave a place that you love and aspire to work to your whole life, and then to have what little you have left with them sent to you in dark green garbage bags. It's insulting.
Yeah, nah, that's not good. I mean, I can't even justify that at all.
Well, and neither could WWE, apparently, which led to even more firings. So I guess there's a little extra office space in Stamford right now for those that may be looking to rent a room. I don't know.
My lifeline to the company, Sue Aitchison, I just want her to be okay.
Oh, she's much too classy of a human being to send people something in a garbage bag. We know that.
Yeah, no, I just want her to be spared a release until she's ready to go.
Well, for all the goodwill she's put into the world, I don't think she has anything to worry about.
Nah, I mean that's a class act right there.
Coronavirus, no coronavirus, they're always going to need her down there until the day comes she decides she wants to enjoy her golden years, perhaps.
Okay, what is she doing now? Because she's worn many hats.
Still in talent relations.
Oh, okay.
Working with the legends and the alumni. She does a lot of the community outreach work. She does a little bit of everything. Hall of Famer.
Oh, well, that's all right. No, I was very honored when she got inducted into the Cauliflower Alley Hall of Fame. I'm like, really?
Yeah, I mean, talk about a very limited alumni right there of those that have received both WWE Hall of Fame awards and Cauliflower Alley Club awards.
Yeah, well, she's invaluable and deserve it. You know what? Meaning to tell you this, I never got my damn Slammy.
You want a Slammy?
You know what? Funny story. When those Slammy Awards came out around that time, I don't know where I was at or what I was doing. I would blame it on being drunk, high, or passed out, but I don't get drunk or high. It was about 5 years ago where a promoter asked me to come do something, and he put on the advertisement the Slammy Award winner Oscar. And that's when I found out. And then come to find out that, yeah, I was voted Talent of the Year in 1990, Performer of the Year over Jeff Jarrett and some other people in 1994.
Now, see,
And
I
don't
was
know
not.
how
I don't even remember the ceremony.
yeah, I don't either. I don't know how it got past me, but I did not know it till a few years ago.
Well,
I'm over the moon by it, but I am so disappointed that A, I never got my Slammy, and B, I didn't know it at that time to revel in it. Because getting a Slammy back then was kind of a big deal.
I think of the photo ops you could do at the Fanfest with them.
Exactly.
You're missing out.
I am missing out. I asked Sue about my Slammy, but I don't even know if they have anymore.
Well, I think they sell them on the website. Maybe they could get you a replica one that you could bring with you to the various.
I'm definitely going to go back into and ask about that because, like I said, I missed that boat back then. I did not know I won a Slammy when I won the Slammy.
Well, a lot of
then I went years after not knowing.
A lot of the great veterans in the Hall of Famers, they like to have, old championship belts that they won for photo ops at FanFest. You could have your Slammy.
Yeah.
I think it would help the cause.
Well, it can't hurt it. I would love to have I asked Sue about it, but I never heard back from her about it.
All right, well, who knows? The mail hasn't been going out as often as it usually has out of there, unfortunately, but that's a different story for a different time. We're at about the halfway point, my friend. Why don't we take a brief timeout? We'll come back, chat a little bit more wrestling news before Raw goes live at 8. Stand by, folks.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
At WrestleMania 37, she proved she is the EST, defeating Sasha Banks to become the new SmackDown Women's Champion. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autograph print, personally signed by Bianca Belair, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Bianca Belair collectible for your wrestling collection now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. I am Dan Marati, along with the man that is now officially recognized as a former Slammy Award winning, the man on a mission himself here on the Monday Night Mission with Oscar and Marati. Oscar himself. Oscar is in the hospital right now. We hope you have a speedy recovery so we can go back to you being at home next week where you have, I don't know what it is that you have in the background, but there's so much noise when I go to edit it. I don't know if you have radios on, TV's on, but there's a lot of background noise going on. It's almost like you're going to be trying to do the episode from Reese's Pieces when it opens in Vegas.
Well, yeah, that was nice and quiet here.
All right, well, big night. As we taped this last night, it was the Impact Wrestling Rebellion pay-per-view. The AEW World Champion versus the Impact Wrestling World Champion. Two men that have both competed here in Boston Wrestling MWF. AEW champion Kenny Omega defeated Impact Wrestling champion Rich Swann to now carry both championship belts. Do you think it gives Impact a bit of a boost in the ass, so to speak, to have a talent so widely recognized as elite as Kenny Omega right now as their champion?
Well, yeah, I mean, definitely, because, I mean, Kenny Omega is an international star. I mean, just well known among wrestling fans. I don't care what universe you're in. And he is one of the premier top talents going today. So, I mean, I think it was a good idea to do it. And I think it's a good idea to have his name associated with Impact because it only could boost their situation.
Overall, what do you think of the AEW Impact Wrestling relationship? I don't think we've talked about that yet.
No, well, I mean, I don't know too much about it, but just the idea of it, just the sheer mention of it, it helps impact a great deal.
Mm-hmm.
What it will wind up doing if they stick with it is it will lessen, if not eradicate their struggle, put them on the map as a TV competitor, boost their ticket sales, boost their presence, and eventually help the expansion of their brand.
As much as the former name TNA was kind of cheesy, sleazy, however you might want to look at it, do you think it was a mistake to drop it altogether and almost rebrand themselves as Impact Wrestling, where they had such a long run as TNA?
Well, they never should have put TNA on there in the first place.
Right.
Because first of all, what TNA does is it affects it affects the age limit that's accessible to the program. I would think twice before I would let my kids and nieces and nephews watch anything that had, TNA attached to it. And then and then to a lot of ladies out there, even though it may not mean what it may not mean what TNA generally means,
Total
but I mean,
nonstop action.
yeah, no, I know, but the other meaning to it, they'll find it offensive.
What's
You
the
understand?
other meaning to it?
Oh, stop it. What Reese's Pieces represent.
David Reese is a connoisseur of TNA, from what I'm told, but that's a
In
different
any
story for a
event,
different time.
in any event, dropping it takes that stigma off of it, and so now it's more appealing to everybody, men and women.
But now no one watches it anymore. It's changed channels so many times over the past 5, 6, 7 years. It's ridiculous, Oscar. Ever since they lost Spike TV over Dixie Carter sending out that email, which accidentally CC'd Vince Russo and exposed that he was still with the company to Spike TV executives that didn't want him around, it hasn't been smooth sailings for that company.
Well, thus now, we can address the movement of them being affiliated with AEW. I mean, because of the struggle, because of the stagnation, now is a chance to rebrand, refocus, and move into a direction that's a winner.
Well, it is amazing that this June it'll be 19 years since that company launched. And, a lot of people thought they'd be dead within 6 months. They almost were dead within 6 months. I don't know if I want to call him exactly possibly a WWE spy that went to work for them, but they were given completely falsified pay-per-view reports. They had no money left. They were ready to go under until Dixie Carter, thanks to her dad, intervened and bought the majority of the company. And for better or worse, it has managed to stay alive for 19 years. And I think you have to applaud them for that.
I mean, I they've been around for 19 years, but I mean, my thing is, at what cost? You understand what I'm saying? I've been I've been around 19 years, but that don't mean that it's been 19 years of success and bliss.
Well, I mean, they have had a weekly television show, I believe, since 2004. So that's pretty remarkable in and of itself, considering how many companies come, how many companies go. I think Ring of Honor, that also started in 2002, which has hit its 19th anniversary. I think Impact has had far greater success than Ring of Honor. Even though Ring of Honor is owned by a company that has more money than Vince, they still can't have their TV show be on the same channel at the same time after 19 years, and they own the Sinclair Broadcast Network, which shows how little they think about the company, apparently, that they can't even give it a time slot.
Yeah, but like I said, I mean, they're making moves now So that could be a thing of the past. Partnering with AEW in any capacity right now is a smart thing to do. They got Kenny Omega. So to me, they're really making moves. They're not going to give WWE a run for the money, but at least they'll be able to create their own niche to have a viable product. And it gives the thing about wrestling that I love. It adds competition. It adds choices.
You know what I think is amusing, though, Oscar? While, it can be scoffed at that, they've had very few profitable years. At one point, TNA, they were averaging 1.5 million fans a week on their Impact show when they were on Spike TV. Those are numbers that I think AEW would orgasm over to have on a weekly basis at this point. So I think a lot of people forget that while there's been many, many, many deep lows for TNA Impact, there's also been some highs, at least as far as the number of people that were willing to watch it for free on TV.
But see, that goes to show the ingenuity and the cleverness of AEW. AEW moved to do business with a company that has a track record that can possibly bring back that fan base that they have and share in that. So, I mean, in a lot of ways, it was a really, really intelligent move.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how it continues. They couldn't have picked a better professional wrestler in 2021 to make the dual AEW and Impact World Champion. I believe Kenny also holds a championship for AAA down in Mexico. So he's certainly becoming one of the elite professional wrestlers in the world. Not that he wasn't beforehand, but I think he's becoming, by the week now, more and more well-known to the general fan that may not be a diehard fan that follows wrestling in Japan or Mexico, or, they might not even know too much about AEW, but they're making a star out of Kenny Omega, and that's a great thing.
It was a real good idea. Kenny Omega is a top talent. I'm surprised WWE hasn't poached him yet, and I'm sure they've tried, but...
Well, he was in their developmental system years back, and they just kind of didn't work out well. He didn't want to be there, and I don't think they were exactly the highest on him, and he moved on to future and better endeavors, to say the least. I know they made a play for him right before AEW launched, but he was AEW all the way.
Well, like I said, he did a smart, but see, a lot of times a smart guy like Kenny Omega will go someplace where he can make some decisions for himself.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure where he's at now, he's able to do that.
Well, we'll have to tune in Wednesday night on Impact to see, tune in Wednesday night on AEW Dynamite to see what happens next with Kenny and the future of the Impact Wrestling Championship belt. I think Impact is taping this week as we speak down in Nashville, so I'm sure some spoilers will leak out of that. But another vendetta has developed online this past week, Oscar, between wrestling journalist Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer and multi-time WWE Women's Champion Charlotte. I don't know if you heard about this, Oscar, but Dave alluded to the fact that Charlotte was having some cosmetic work done. Charlotte didn't like it, took to Twitter to say she shouldn't have to defend her body and so on and so forth. And a certain segment of social media unleashed on Dave Meltzer. And I have to say, Dave Meltzer is reporting news, apparently as he believes he knows it to be true. Whether you think it's a good thing or a bad thing, when it comes to professional wrestling, along with the athleticism, it is a cosmetic industry. You know what I mean?
I have a couple of schools of thought.
All right.
I've always wanted to know, ever since I got in the business and learned the name of Dave Meltzer, how the hell does he know all this stuff? And the stuff he knows oftentimes is like dead on balls accurate. He knows stuff that goes on with you before you know what's going on with you. And I find that amazing. But at the same time, I also credit Dave Meltzer or blame Dave Meltzer for being one of the architects of the death of kayfabe. Because sometimes you could just tell too much to the people. I mean, wrestling was able to have its mystique, and wrestling is real to us, persona with people, and it's people like Meltzer that helped kill that. He might say, "No, Oscar, I didn't. You're wrong. I did." Yes, you did. Because there's such a thing as telling too much. And in my opinion, Meltzer has always pushed the envelope of that very thing.
If it wasn't him, would it have been someone else?
Who? Because what I'm trying to tell you is, I don't know, because Meltzer by himself just seems to just know all it. I don't know. He just knows. He just knows a tad bit too much for me.
Well, I have always, in my limited interactions with him, very nice guy, very knowledgeable guy. I think 20, 30, 40 years from now, wrestling fans of the next generation are going to appreciate his record keeping, the history that he's written, the history that he's kept, in a business that often doesn't keep it very accurately. As we've noted before, even with our talk shows, WWE has bought the libraries they've bought. They present history pieces the way they so choose to produce them. They can do that. They have every right to. But that doesn't mean there aren't different variables to be looked at, to be kind. And I think Dave is an outside entity. I think he's done a fantastic job with keeping those notations. And I think, again, someday fans are really going to appreciate having something else to look at other than WWE documentaries as far as what history was, what was factual about it, and so on and so forth. So, as far as this instance goes, I'll be honest, the night after WrestleMania, when Charlotte came back to TV, I was at the Tampa Bay Rays game to try and get in about 45 minutes of relaxation before we headed home to Boston. And I was with one of our associates at the game, and he had Raw on his smartphone. And Charlotte's face looked so different to me, it didn't even look like her. So I'm not trying to, and if she did have cosmetic work done, good for her. That's her business and so on. But to me, it's not like you're talking about Sally Jones, the secretary at the office. You're talking about these women that are out there almost in, bathing suits, lingerie, and so on with what they compete in. It's a very cosmetic industry. Whether they like it or not, that's what it is.
Okay. This is what I'm trying to get across.
All right.
Take the difference between Dave Meltzer and Bill Apter.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Apter, to me, just as knowledgeable, maybe even more, but Bill Apter always seemed to be a person to me that tempers the information, that will put things out, that will tell stories, that will report the news, but don't go too far or overboard. To me, Dave Meltzer always appeared to me, and Bret Hart, if you want me to be honest, about a meeting that we was in one time, and Bret Hart mentioned Dave Meltzer, and not in a favorable way, because he does not filter. He puts too much of the information out. Fans don't need spoilers like that. They don't need information. They don't need inside information like that. They don't need him to go too far. Bill Apter knows where to go to the precipice and not go over. Dave Meltzer doesn't.
That's an interesting perspective, especially from one of the boys' point of view. I like Bill an awful lot too, but at the same time, Bill was writing, for the majority of his career, kayfabe magazines. Dave was putting out a newsletter about an industry, and he wanted to report factual information about that industry, or what he believed to be factual from what the rumor mill was, from what reliable information he was given from reliable sources. So, I know Meltzer gets a lot of flack. I come across it on Twitter sometimes when he feuds with Jim Cornette and other individuals, but I don't think that man has ever sat at his typewriter and said, let me create the land of Oz as far as a work of fiction goes. I believe he reports things as he believes them to be true, depending upon that level of credibility he's receiving the information from. My opinion.
My mother told me years and years and years
What'd
ago
she tell you?
when I started getting in relationships.
Even a dog deserves respect?
No,
All right.
my mother told me, and this is the wisest thing she told me. Okay, no, it's not you. You be honest with your wife or your girlfriend, but you don't tell everything.
All right. It's interesting. Interesting. I don't think most relationships they write newsletters to each other. But who knows in this day and age? It's a social media type world. Instead of newsletters, they send texts. I don't know.
Well,
But do you think
yeah.
Meltzer is wrong by commenting on Charlotte's physical appearance in 2021?
No, I mean the man got a right to his opinion because I mean if I noticed it or if I noticed it top to bottom and paid attention to it or cared, let me throw that in there. I'd probably comment about it on this show. So nah, I don't think he's wrong about that.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not trying to put her down. I'm not trying to say what she did or didn't do. Her face just looked different to me when she came back on Raw. So I think Dave said she was going to have some dental work or did have dental work done or something along those lines. And if she did, you know what? If it makes her feel better about herself, good for her. If it was medically needed, good for her.
It brings to mind this rapper that I know named Lil Kim.
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard the name?
Little Kim?
Lil Kim was Lil Kim.
I know Big Kim, but not Lil Kim.
Okay, she was one of the sidekicks of the Notorious B.I.G.
That name I know.
Okay, the point that I'm making is Lil Kim was a rapper with him and she had a lot of success, but back then she was gorgeous with a gore and a gist. She didn't have to do nothing. But what wound up happening over the years, for some reason, she started just having these surgeries. Now her lips look ridiculous. Her skin tone look ridiculous. Her eyes look ridiculous. She look like a mannequin now. So what I'm trying to say is, sometimes, you know, less is more is less. Sometimes things don't have to be done.
I agree with you on that.
That might be the case here. Like I say, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. But when you talk about this, that's what come to mind. Lil Kim never didn't have to do nothing with herself, so Charlotte probably didn't either.
Well, it's funny when you mentioned that analogy with Lil Kim. It reminded me of over the summer. You talk about a rough description about someone's appearance. Jim Cornette said something along the lines of Dana Brooke looked by the size of her lips. It looked like someone took a hatchet to the side of her face or something like that. I thought that was that was a rough statement to make about somebody. Meltzer just generally commented that work was being done in a news style fashion. So I didn't have a problem with what Meltzer said.
When did you ever know? When did you ever know Jim Cornette not to speak his mind, no matter what it was?
I remember when Jim Cornette would come in and work for Tony Rumble for some shots when he was with WWF and associated with the NWA at the same time. He was a great fountain of knowledge, and he just had a very professional wrestling, unique way of describing things verbally. But I got a kick out of it. I was a teenage kid.
Well, you're not going to get nothing but the truth, no matter how painful, from Jim Cornette. And you're not going to get nothing but Jim Cornette's rare, honest, raw opinion, whether it's good, whether it's positive or negative, ever.
All right, Oscar, one more before we wrap up the show. I know it's starting to get close to 8 o'clock. WWE Monday Night Raw goes live around the world from the new Thunderdome in Tampa, Florida. Oscar, I ask you this. One of your neighbors was asked what it would take to get him back into the squared circle, that being CM Punk, and he's looking to do something different, interesting, and fun. What do you think CM Punk returning to the world of professional wrestling in any promotion would mean in 2021?
You know what? I don't know, because I cannot imagine that all of them, WWE, number one, all of them have not offered the man the planet. So, I mean, I believe it'll happen. I just believe it's timing. When he feel like it, he's going to do it. And that's the only thing. The only thing that's going to get CM Punk into the ring is CM Punk. Not no offers, not no perks, not no money, not nothing. CM Punk is going to wake up one day and decide today is the day. That's the answer. That's it.
I can't believe it's now been 7 years since he left WWE.
I can believe it. I'm on my podcast right now.
Okay, I'm one of the other managers.
Who's that? One of your nurses?
Yeah, one of my nurses.
Now,
Say hi.
Hi, nurse. Oh, she can hear me. All right. Well, we're happy to have you on the podcast. I don't know if David Reese is interested in your assistance down in Vegas, but
Don't. Okay, thank you.
all right, Oscar. As we wrap up, any final thoughts? What do you think Punk would mean to any wrestling company in 2021 should he choose to return?
Well, I believe this wholeheartedly. If Punk comes to AEW, WWE is kind of in trouble at that point. So I do believe that AEW is trying to put together a package that really, really, really is attractive to Punk and have him come there. But like I said, nobody's getting Punk until Punk is ready. That's just it. Because like I said, again, everybody has did everything they could to try to get Punk to come, and he ain't came yet. That just because he's not ready. When he's ready, he'll come back. Because I don't think his MMA or UFC thing, I don't think that's working out.
Yeah, I think that one's pretty much done, Oscar.
Yeah, so he needs to come back home where he belongs, the world of professional wrestling. He'll come back, but on his own time and on his own terms.
All right, wrestling fans, you heard it. If I was a member of the Khan family, I would certainly try and find creative ways to not only loosen the purse strings for the man, but creatively to see what would you like to do? What kind of a framework, what kind of a structure would you like to be involved in to want to come back? So we'll have to wait and see.
If Punk come back, if Punk comes to AEW, believe you me, I wouldn't do it overnight. That's the mistake. I was trying to think of the name of who I was talking about when I was talking about building talent. And the guy who I was thinking about was Ryback. How Ryback came in, destroying everybody, getting every title. Next thing you know, but not even a year or whatever, he was gone. That's it. He's on a milk carton now. That won't happen with Punk. But in order for Punk to have any kind of success, you build up to it and then give him a belt and then let him keep that world title for a long, long time. That would be an attraction.
All right, wrestling fans, we are running out of time here. You heard it from the man himself as we are here on Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission with Oscar and Marty. Oscar, we certainly hope you feel better and get out of that hospital. I hope you can replicate the audio quality in that hospital at your home because you have sound exceptionally good tonight.
I'll work on it.
I don't know where you are at your house when we record these episodes.
You know what? You're going to stop talking about my house.
All
okay?
right. I know it's a beautiful home, but I just don't know where, if you're sitting next to a TV, audio board when we... I just hope you feel better, buddy, and get out of that hospital soon. Marty Jannetty's in the hospital. My brain belongs in a hospital. It's been so overworked at this point. We got to get everybody back on track. As spring is here, summer is coming, and we got a lot of fun on deck.
All right. The off-show question. Are you going to CAC? Definitely. You making plans to go?
I am making my plans, baby. As far as I know, it is going to happen.
Are you going?
I already have my ticket.
Oh, and your reservations at the Gold Coast?
They haven't booked them. They haven't allowed booking for them yet, I should say. But as far as the banquet ticket goes, yes, I do have that set.
All right.
I think Reese is going to need a table for 10, though. 1 for him and 9 for the pieces.
Yeah, I'm going to call him today and see what he plan on doing, because if he's going to go, I'm coming.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Unfortunately, it's been postponed now 3 times, but I think everybody is anxious. I'll say this. Long term, I'd rather have it in September than April. I think it's too close
And
to WrestleMania.
what's the date? September what?
It is the week before my birthday, so I think it's the 13th, 14th, 15th of September.
Oh, wow. You know what? On the 13th, I have a virtual signing in New Jersey with Mo.
Wow.
I just got booked on that the other day.
On a Monday?
But yeah.
Wow.
On a Monday.
Well, maybe you could do it from the Gold Coast.
Yeah, they got it where it's set up. They got it set up with but I probably can come the next day.
Oh, you could fly in on Tuesday morning or something.
Yeah, so maybe we'll see what happens. All right, man. Thanks a lot.
All right, Oscar. This is Dan Marotti signing off. We'll see you next Monday night for Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission. Good night, folks. Enjoy Raw. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Rosemont Horizon in Chicago, Illinois, Sunday, April the 26th, 1992. In the opening contest, Chris Walker beat Bob Bradley. Skinner with the win over Jim Brunzell, who replaced the Texas Tornado. Natural Disasters defeated WWF Tag Team Champions Money Inc. via countout. Native American Tatanka victorious over Colonel Mustafa. The Undertaker beat the Berserker. Papa Shango with the win over Virgil. Sergeant Slaughter defeated the Mountie. WWF World Champion Macho Man Randy Savage retained the title over the Nature Boy Ric Flair via disqualification, and Virgil won a 16-man battle royal, last eliminating Ted DiBiase. If you were in Chicago live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the link in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Once again, fans, Oscar's weekly program is moving to 11 p.m. after Raw beginning this Monday night. You can get early ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider programs by joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, along with our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD series is seen by millions online, millions more on Howard Stern, those Patreon exclusive perks and more. You have the knowledge knowing that your fine self is helping keep wrestling legends working. Again, that is patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Up next, as we try to figure out the future of our Tuesday night talk show series, with the Tony Atlas situation being what it is, for the first time, we've decided to break out the classics. This week, it's episode 2 of Wrestling Insiders at Your House, as Tony shoots on the Hulk Hogan he knew in the 1980s, Hogan's racism scandal, wrestlers' pay, Kevin Nash, and tons more. Enjoy.
Wrestling fans, welcome to another installment of Memories and Legends. Season 2 continues, Tony. We already pumped out 2 great episodes about some Hall of Famers. Then we broke down WrestleMania 1 to WrestleMania 2 in your great career. Tonight we're back in action. We polled the fans, over 47,000 that follow us at MWF Project X. They gave us some ideas for Hall of Famers to speak with here on Backlash Sunday, Tony. One of the biggest superstars, if not the biggest in the history of the industry. They want to talk about your experiences, your memories with the immortal Hulk Hogan.
Well, Hogan, the best way to describe Hulk Hogan would be these words: self-made. Hogan did not get a break when he was in Georgia.
Now, hold on one second. We have an important phone call coming through. We're going to have to stop that. We'll be back soon enough, whoever that was.
Tommy Wildfire Rich went to Ole Anderson, the booker, tried to get Ole to do something with Hulk Hogan in 1978, to work a program with me. Because I was a big wrestler and they needed someone, a big heel to work with. Ole said, forget about the big dummy. Then Hogan left, went to WWF. He put over everybody. They jobbed him out. Jobbed him out to me. Bob Backlund beat him. Jimmy Snuka beat him. Hogan couldn't whoop nobody.
Now, this is when he was a heel and managed by Freddie Blassie?
Freddie Blassie.
Yep.
He didn't get a break in WWF. Hogan, they sent a thing to the office where they wanted a wrestler over 6 feet tall, over 300 pounds. They saw a picture of Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, Big John Studd, Gorilla Monsoon. Everybody was making money but Hogan. Hogan was the only one to show up for the audition. Hogan went there, made a name for himself in Rocky 3. Went back to Vern Gagne.
Minnesota, yeah.
Vern Gagne gave Hogan his first break in wrestling. Hogan was selling out everything. Vince Jr. saw that. He got Hogan to leave Vern and come to work for him. Then he used Hogan to put Vern Gagne out of business.
He did.
He used Junkyard Dog, got his first break in the business from Cowboy Bill Watts. Vince got Dog, used Dog to put Cowboy Bill Watts out of business. And Ted DiBiase to put Bill Watts. Ted DiBiase got his break in Mid-South, showed the Junkyard Dog. Hogan, the guy that built Hulk Hogan, was Vern Gagne. Mm-hmm. Then he came and then Vince used him to build the empire that he built now. Now, Hogan was smaller than most because he remembered how he was treated before. About 50% of the commercials and things that Hogan did, Vince didn't get them things for Hogan. Hogan got them for Hogan. Mm-hmm. Hogan been his own man since he won the belt. So a lot of times when you see Hogan in something, a commercial, the Right Guard commercial, that Right Guard commercial Vince didn't get for Hogan. That Hogan got for Hogan. You know, in fact, Hogan passed up the George Foreman grill. It went to Hogan first.
That was a mistake.
And Hogan, instead of taking the George Foreman grill, he took a blender for protein drinks or something. That found out that he passed up the, but all these deals were coming to Hogan. Hogan made his old contract. Hogan pretty much is self-made. I know Vince, a lot of people want to take credit. Vince helped a lot now.
He gave him the platform.
He gave him the platform. But Hogan created the image for Vince to work with. So 50%, I would say 70% of what Hogan did during Hulkamania was done by Hogan. He's a self-made man. Self-made.
What was a young Hogan like? I know you two had a feud in the
very
early
nice
80s.
guy. Always been a very nice guy. Always treated me great. He always treated me great. Even way back when when I first met him, he always treated me great. I never, ever had a problem with Hogan. Never. In fact, he used to piss Vince off a lot because I was on the shit list And Hogan would see me waiting for a cab to go to the building, and Hogan would put me in the limousine with him and Vince.
Really?
Yeah.
Good. Well, you know what? It's good to remember your friends.
He said, come on. He said, you my friend. You get in here. So Vince would come down and get in the limousine, and I'm sitting there. Used to piss Vince off. Hogan would do that just to piss him off. He would come and tell me, he said, watch I make him squirm.
Well, let me ask you this. What was Hogan like when he came back for the big push, when he beat the Sheik for the title? Any change in him? No change in him at all?
I can see Hogan right now today. Hogan would treat me just like, you meet Hogan. Hogan always never changed.
I tell you a funny story. I met him once in a locker room at WCW. And, you hear the stories. He's this, he's an asshole. He held this
nice
one
guy.
back. I tell you this, in 2013, we worked with TNA, now known as Impact Wrestling, with one of their Fanfests. And our good friend, Pat Catino, who owns a couple of gyms in the area, in 2014, I was with the man for about 8 hours straight at these two appearances, especially in 2014. And he was one of the nicest, most genuine people you could meet.
Yeah, down to earth, no success with the head, always took care of his friends. Hogan is a good person. It's nothing I can say bad about Hogan. When that thing took it, I even put a little tape on my Twitter page when they said that Hogan was a racist. I said, no, Hogan ain't no racist. I know Hogan very well. Because he used the N-word don't make him a racist. A lot of people use things but don't make him a racist. Snoop Dogg used the N-word all the time, but don't make him a racist, No, Hogan just got angry because guys promised him they're going to help his daughter in the music career. And instead of trying to help her in the music career, they're trying to help her into their bedroom. And if that was my daughter, I would have got pissed off and called them names too.
Sure.
That's his daughter.
And that was said in a private conversation. He didn't know he was being recorded either.
Well, that ain't the point. The point of it is that's his daughter. And when you mess with a man's daughter, it's special. But father and daughter relationship is very, very special. And these guys were trying to turn his daughter out. And Hogan knew that. They're going to turn his daughter into what we call an arena rat. He didn't want that for his daughter. That's why he never let her into the wrestling, because he was always afraid that the wrestler was going to turn his daughter into what we call an arena rat.
A rat, yeah.
Into a rat. And he didn't want that for his daughter. So he got these guys that he trusted that going to help his daughter to get into the music career. And they trying to make her into something that sleazy and use her for their own sexual gratification. And he wasn't going to go for it. Yes, he called him a name.
Any father
No
would
father
be
would have go there.
Any
And the only
father.
reason Hogan got so much gripe about it because he was Hulk Hogan.
Right.
And when you're up like this, people are always looking for some type of way of bringing you down. But Hogan always will be one of my best friends, if not the best friend I've had.
Have you talked to the Hulkster over the past few years?
Huh?
Have you heard from him in the past few years?
Not really, but when he was making appearances, one thing about Hogan, I remember one time he was in Maine, the first time he started when he was pushing his daughter's music career, and somebody went back in the dressing room and said, Tony Atlas out there. And Hogan come out of the dressing room, looking through the crowd for me, saw me, come on back here.
Now, what was it at a concert?
Yeah, it was at what they call it's right up in Maine. It's Six Flags or something like that, where they had the water slide.
Oh, an amusement park?
Yeah, the amusement park. They had a
why
water
were you
slide.
there?
Well, I went there to see Hogan because I hear his daughter was performing there.
Oh, you went to see him?
Yeah, because his daughter was performing. She was singing. So he was getting her book. He was taking her places to get a book to get a music career off. And they came to Maine and treated me like gold. I was down in the Icon of Wrestling, 2013. He was there. The Ultimate Warrior was in room. I told the guy, I tell the Ultimate Warrior, Tony Atlas said, the Ultimate Warrior came back and said, nobody comes in unless they got a ticket. I told the guys, go tell Hogan I'm outside. Hogan come out of the back, grabbed me and took me in the back. That was the difference between the Ultimate Warrior and Hogan.
A genuine human being.
Greatest guy you want to meet in life.
I've heard a lot
Hogan is the greatest guy you ever want to meet in your life. He's a true American gentleman. He's a great, great, great guy. I have nothing bad to say about Hogan. And anybody got anything bad to say about Hulk Hogan is full of shit.
Do you think at any time Hogan professionally tried to hold people back for his own gain?
No.
Never?
No, never.
Really?
No.
You don't
he didn't
think...
have to.
Well...
Why?
He
didn't have to. He was over like $1 million when he beat the Iron Sheik. Couldn't nobody touch him even if they wanted to. The fans put Hogan there, not no promotion. The promotion didn't do that. He didn't hold no wrestler back. A lot of wrestlers grew under Hogan. A lot of them. Look at all the guys that got developed under the Hogan title. Randy Savage, Mr. Wonderful.
What a run they had in '86.
Mr. Wonderful, the Killer Bees. I mean, look at all the guys that grew under Hogan championship. Grew under it. If he was trying to hold people back, who did he try to hold back? Who?
Guys that weren't as successful as he was.
That didn't have nothing to do with Hogan. They couldn't put their asses in the seat. That's up to Vince. They got nothing to do with Hogan.
You were there.
If you draw money for Vince, Vince putting you on top. If you're not making money for Vince, if Vince put more money in you than what you bring to the table, he's not going to keep you in that spot. Yeah. No businessman going to keep you running to the store if you're not bringing in no revenue. Hogan brought in the revenue. He put asses in the seat. And during that period of time, couldn't nobody sell. I was on the undercard with Hogan, making $4,000 a week.
Wow.
On the undercard.
Working on the Hogan shows was a good thing.
But everybody want to be on them. And a lot of guys became popular because of Hogan. Because Hogan brought that audience and that attention to wrestling that would have never been there, and these guys would have never, like Paul Orndorff, would never be what he was if it wasn't for Hogan. Randy Savage would never been what he was if it wasn't for Hogan. And then Hogan made other people too. Look, Mr. T, he made Mr. T.
Bigger.
Right, and he's the one that made WrestleMania. Look, he sold out stadiums.
Well, right now there is
The only guy that came close to taking Hogan's place was Undertaker. That's it. There had never been a phenomenon like Hogan other than the Undertaker. Brock Lesnar ain't going to be able to do what Hogan did. He's not.
What about John Cena?
No.
Really?
No.
All right, well.
No. Because Hogan came along at a time. The time is different. You see, John got more to work with than Hogan did. Hogan didn't have all that competition. John Cena do. You got so much on cable television. Hogan came along in the 80s, right at the beginning of cable, where they didn't have a lot of great American heroes. He was an all-American boy. The timing is everything. John Cena, yes, he's just as great a wrestler as Hogan. He's just as big a draw as Hogan. But John got more to compete against. There was no UFC during Hogan time. There was no big white athletes in any sport except for Hogan.
Yeah.
Now you got other things. There's too much. John got a harder road to travel than Hogan did. And that's why it's going to be so hard for anybody to follow and do what Hogan did with the with Hulkamania. Because it hit at the right time. Kind of like Stallone, the Rocky movie.
I think
if you made them same movies today, they would not have the impact today that they did then. You see what I'm saying? Because the time have changed. So John got more to compete against than what Hogan did. I mean, what was on TV during the 80s? The only cable TV they had was Channel 17 and HBO. Now you got over 100 cable TV. So he got to compete against a whole lot more.
I think you had to live it just to realize and understand how hot and how big Hulk Hogan was in the 1980s.
It was amazing.
It wasn't just wrestling. He was everywhere.
He was everywhere.
He was everything.
There was nothing like him nowhere.
I believe there was some kind of a poll run that he was the most recognizable athlete in the world in the 80s. More than any football player, basketball, baseball.
That's right. Nobody was as big as Hulk.
What was it like for Hogan? You said you traveled with him in limousines, with the fans everywhere waiting for him.
They had to put him on a private plane.
Really?
I saw him come through the airport one time, but he almost missed his flight because people was around
lobbing him,
but they wouldn't let him get on the plane.
Wow.
He's such a nice. He almost missed his flight. The stewards had to come and push people out the way. Come on, get on. And he got on the plane. The pilot couldn't even fly the plane for one to come back and talk to him.
Everybody, the fans.
Well, it's kind of like Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali hit that sport at the right time.
Yeah. And
nobody ever became as big as Ali. Mike Tyson didn't do it. Foreman didn't do it. Not even Mayweather. Mayweather is not talked about and got the same, not like Ali. It's timing is everything. If you hit it at the right time. See, I had my time. If I kept my nose clean and did what I was supposed to do during the 80s, I would have been just as big as Hogan. Not as big.
But you would have been in that category. Huge.
I would have been in that category with Jimmy Snuka and Ronnie Piper. I would have been in that category. I would have never reached the status of the Ultimate Warrior or Andre the Giant or Hulk Hogan. I was not that in that category. But I could have.
But you would have been pressing up against that glass ceiling where they were.
Right. Yeah. I would have been right there with Randy Savage, Paul Orndorff, Ronnie Piper. I would have been right along that era. But because of my stupidity, I worked. Hogan, this is what Hogan told me. He said, since he's been in the business, he's seen a lot of people work their way from the bottom to the top. He said, I'm the first guy he ever met that worked his way from the top to the bottom.
I think you put that in your book. That's interesting.
Hogan told me that. I gave him a ride. It was in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Never forget it. He said, you're the first person, Tony, that I knew that worked his way from the top to the bottom. He said, most people work their way from the bottom to the top.
Is he the biggest star in the history of wrestling?
Hogan, yeah.
Bigger than Austin?
Oh, yeah.
Bigger than Rock?
Well, he was the pioneer of all that. He's the one that created all that. You see what I'm saying? There'd be no Rock. None of this would be. Hogan put him in the position to overshadow every wrestler in the world. You had the hardest wrestler in the world. So who are they going to use against you? Couldn't use Dustin. Dustin was already used up.
Yeah.
Who was there to challenge him?
Interesting. Always interesting.
The only guy that could have challenged him would have been Flair.
You think Flair could have been as big as Hogan in
Where
WWF?
Flair
in WWF in the mid-'80s?
Where Flair was. Flair was huge. But the thing with Ric Flair was he didn't, Vince was not going to give him that push that he gave Hogan. He always kept Flair just a hair step behind.
Yeah.
But in Charlotte, I mean, Flair was big longer than Hogan, and much more longer than Hogan. Flair is the greatest wrestler that ever been in this business. I mean, nobody could outdo Flair.
He was. I look at him as maybe the greatest champion of all time.
Oh, he was,
held the championship with such great prestige, such great class.
Him and Harley Race.
Yeah.
You can't leave Harley Race out.
Just a great world champion.
Yeah.
He may not be as big of a star as Hogan was,
No.
but he is a
great
world champion.
Well, see, Hogan hit it at a time. Flair was a big time was from the 70s to the 90s. You got to realize when Hogan got big, it was almost the 90s. He got big 85 and up. See?
When he became a national phenomenon.
Right in the late 80s, early 90s. By that time, Flair was coming to an end. Flair hit his highlight in the 70s and 80s. So Flair was before Hogan. They didn't have the media behind him that Hogan had. And with John Cena, there's too much media.
Yeah, too much is a great way to put it.
Well, yeah, because you watch television today, a person, you're sitting there watching a TV program, commercial come on, what'd you do?
Change the channel.
There was nothing to change to in Hogan.
There weren't many channels, yeah.
If Hogan's on, what is there to change? You watch a commercial because there was nothing else on.
Right.
What do you have, 5 stations at the most?
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Tony. The Hogan issue, it's well known. WWE cut ties with him after that tape, the sex tape.
Did they put him
surfaced.
back in the Hall of Fame?
I think he's still out, but the rumor mill as of the time we're taping this is WWE is having conversations with him to see how he may fit into WWE in a positive way, maybe to help others learn from his mistakes. Do you think Hogan deserves a chance to be back in WWE?
There'd be no WWE without Hogan.
You think he should go home?
Of course they should bring that man back. Why not? He helped build that.
Do you think the fans would welcome him with a warm embrace?
Of course they will. They don't look at that silly stuff like that. I mean, what he did wrong?
All right. Well,
what he did wrong?
Tony, in a couple of sentences, wrap up Hulk Hogan to the general fan that never met him in person.
Hulk Hogan was a pioneer. He the one that helped McMahon bring wrestling to what it is today. Hulk Hogan took wrestling out of the small auditoriums and high schools, and he put wrestling in civic centers. He helped Vince put wrestling in stadiums. You know, WrestleMania every year, who headlined WrestleMania and sold places out? I mean, this guy sold out the Silverdome. This guy is known by every kid in the world. Wrestling
even the kids today. Even the kids today, yeah.
Hogan electrified wrestling. You can't take that from him. There would be no WWE. There was nobody around at that time that could have put WWE where it is today other than Hulk Hogan, regardless of what anybody say about it.
All right, Tony.
I was there. I felt it.
Well, like I said, I've heard a lot of secondhand stories, but
They
interactions.
didn't know, anybody that told you anything bad about Hogan didn't know Hogan. Hogan used to invite me to his parties.
Yeah.
Had food spread out on the table, beer laying out the stuff. Told him, come on and eat. Whatever is for him is for the boys. Hogan would go into office and fight with Vince for one of his friends.
Wow.
He
Well,
would
I
put his
respect
neck on
that.
the chopping block for one of his friends. Every time he got something, you notice he put Shag and all these guys in the movies and stuff with him. He looked after people. He's a great guy.
Well, again, that's firsthand experience from a man that worked with Hogan.
I knew him before he became Hulk Hogan. I knew him when he was Terry Bowley.
Sterling Golden,
In fact, I got a picture of him. He press live, not Hulk Hogan. Sterling Golden.
All right.
He had the gold boots on and the red trunks.
Unbelievable.
He became Hulk Hogan in '85. I met him in '77.
Well, he was Hulk Hogan before '85.
No.
Yes, he was.
No, not that Hulk Hogan.
Not that. Okay,
No,
I see
he
what
was
you're
not
saying.
that Hulk Hogan. No, he was not that Hulk Hogan.
All right.
He had that little V they cut on his chest. Remember?
I do remember that. Yeah. He did. I actually kind of like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, right now, fans, we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we have more Memories and Legends.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon. But we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
At WrestleMania 37, she defeated Asuka to become the new Raw Women's Champion, and here is your chance to own a piece of Rhea Ripley on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. Number 50 of only 50 made, includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Suitable for framing and matting, you'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air thank you on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Rhea Ripley autograph poster now.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Memories and Legends. We certainly have a legend here, the WWE Hall of Famer, Tony Atlas.
The old fought.
Talking about WWE Hall of Famers, Hall of Fame night back on April 6th. We had a good time breaking down 4 of them. This time, the fans requested an interesting one. I remember you were here with us a couple years back with myself and John Cena Sr., and you got kind of angry when this came up. We're talking about, well, we're going to group 2 of them together where they're probably best known in this way, Scott Hall and Kevin Nash. I know you had some experiences with them in WCW when you had a short run down there.
Well, see, a lot of the guys I can't really speak on because even though I have seen them in the dressing room and in my tribal, I don't think I have said more than 2 words to Scott Hall.
Really? And weren't you guys together in WCW?
Yeah.
Yeah?
But they didn't socialize with me.
Really?
I don't think I said more than 2 words with him the whole time I've been on it. Kevin Nash, the main thing I remember about him, I had one conversation with him the whole time I was in WCW. Barbarian, I was traveling with him. I didn't have a credit card. So Barbarian's wife took his credit card from him because he was running the bill
Too
up
high,
too much.
yeah.
So she said she's not going to give him the credit card. So Dallas paid, told Barbarian, said, oh, I get 2 cars. I put one on, I would get you a car. So we get to the airport. I was supposed to ride with Barbarian. Dallas paid, changed his man about doing it.
Really?
So now me and Barbarian, we stuck at the airport, and we couldn't get a rental car. So Kevin Nash came over, and he said, I get y'all a car. So he got a car for me and the Barbarian on his credit card. And that was the first and only time that I ever talked to Kevin Nash.
Really?
Yeah.
He helped you out?
Yeah.
Big time?
Yeah, and that was the first and only time I had any type of interaction with him. I mean, I've seen him on a couple of independents, but the guys don't really socialize with me that much.
Well, what kind of got you hot when we had that discussion was the amount of money that they got when they went to WCW. I think in your head you were trying to calculate where you were considering, your stature in professional wrestling, and they walked into $750,000 a year contracts.
Yeah.
You're a little angry about that.
Oh, yeah, well, most wrestlers are, guys that have been around a long time, and you see a guy walk through the door and make 5 times the money you make, and, you help build pretty much WCW, because that if, at first was Mid-Atlantic and Georgia Championship Wrestling and Florida Championship Wrestling.
Right.
And so I wrestled all 3 territories and drew money for them. It was well known in the area. They come with a new company, and the guys like me, Tommy Rich, and the guys that helped build that area, Ole Anderson got kicked to the curb, George Scott got kicked to the curb, and they just kicked all those old timers to the curb and brought in just new guys. Of course I'll be angry about that. Yeah. And I'm very sure that George Scott and Ole Anderson and all the guys that was around, Wahoo McDaniel, that was around Blackjack Mulligan with Barry Windham and his son, they all got kicked to the curb, and they brought in all these new guys and started paying them big bucks. So,
well,
yes.
Do you think maybe the wrestlers are at fault? You look at every form of entertainment now, every form of sport, and the salaries are out there. The wrestlers, they try and hush, hush, hush anything that has to do with money, and in the end, they shoot themselves in the foot because they have no negotiating or bargaining power.
When I first started in the wrestling business, they said, Tony, if you leave this business and you have one friend, consider yourself lucky. See, what a lot of people don't know, wrestlers are not friends. They business associates. Mm-hmm. Every wrestler is a subcontractor. WWE, the only employees of the WWE is who works in the office.
In Stamford, yeah.
Every wrestler on WWE roster is a subcontractor. They pay their own insurance, they pay their own taxes, they get a flat check. When they get that check from Vince, there's nothing come out of it. He don't take out Social Security.
Nothing.
He don't take out Medicaid. He don't take out Medicare. He don't take out nothing. You get a flat fee. You have to pay your own taxes every quarter. Vince don't do that. So if a wrestler is not good at doing his taxes, he could end up broke at the end of that year.
Real easy.
Right. A wrestler had to know more about paying his taxes than he have to know about wrestling.
Right.
In fact, wrestling is the easy part. When the guy asked me one time, I said, what is the safest spot for a wrestler? The safest spot for a wrestler is in the ring. Because in the ring is the only place the wrestler can take care of himself. The most dangerous spot for a wrestler is in a car with other wrestlers or in the dressing room. Because you get to trusting people. Mm-hmm. And you say something, and like Mac Dog Vachon said, if a story is worth telling, it's worth embellishing. Give you a prime example that I was coming back from Japan, and I went to go to Los Angeles. On my way back, I was going to party with my girlfriend. Mm-hmm. So she wanted to go out and get some drugs and some alcohol and all this and that stuff. So I used to carry a little wallet. That's why I started carrying a fanny pack. I just carry a wallet. So we went to this hotel called the Beverly Hillcrest, and my wallet dropped out on the seat. Mm-hmm. I had $300 in my wallet. So we went upstairs and we partied and everything. All of a sudden, I reached for my wallet to get something. I can't find my wallet. So I go downstairs. I tell the guy I left my wallet in the car. So the guy goes to search the car. He found my wallet, my credit card, and my license, everything in the wallet. But the $300 in cash is gone.
Really?
So I go to the dressing room that night. And I tell the boys that the guy just lift me for $300. SD Jones picked me up at the airport the next day. Hey, Tony, I hear you lost $10,000.
$300 to $10,000 overnight?
Overnight.
That is wrestling. If that's a classic wrestling story.
If a story is worth telling, it's worth embellishing. Wrestlers got a way of, if I tell you a story, then when you tell it, you add a little something to it. Then he adds something to it. By the time the story I think it's up to $20,000 now.
Well, you didn't really answer the question, though, Tony. Do you think the wrestlers shoot themselves in the foot by not putting the information out there?
All the time.
I mean, if you know, I don't want to even try and begin.
Wrestlers always been their own worst enemy. I used to go to me and SD, we found a nice gym to go to, a nice hotel where people took real good care of us. And every wrestler, all the old timers said, don't tell the other boys because somebody will mess it up. We had a hotel in Bradford, the Bradford Hotel, downtown Boston, right near Chinatown, called the old Bradford. all the rooms at that time was $100, $150 a night. We paid $25 a night.
Wow.
We stayed at the Howard Johnson right here in Rivera. $25 a night. Angela Mosca decided to wait at the elevator, and then people come down the elevator, he urinate on them.
On the people?
Yeah.
Jeez.
And everybody was scared of him. So here this big guy, he's drink beer, and we got to go to the bathroom, we go stand by the elevator. When you come down the elevator, he urinate on
Did
them.
he do it purposely?
Yes. And so they kicked us all out the hotel.
He enjoyed urinating on the people?
There was a time in the 80s that if you went to the airport and you told them you was arrested, they would not rent your car.
Really?
Yeah, you had to, like the British Bulldog, they would take a car and they would tear it all to pieces. Rip the bumper off, rip the dashboard off. The Dynamite Kid would take a car and drive it. And when he take that car back later on, the bumper be hanging off, all the headlights is knocked out, the windshield is all kicked out of it. He would kick the windshield out of a car.
Wow.
And I used to ask him all the time, I said, why you do that? He said, ain't mine. There was hotels that would not let wrestlers stay in the hotels. And then Vince Jr. started tightening up on him. That's when he became a bad guy.
What do you mean he tightened up?
You got fired for doing that.
Oh, really?
Oh, you got
that's
fined.
that's tightening
he
up.
fined you. Yeah, he would fine
in
you
a
or
good
fire
way.
you for doing that
Because that's
stuff.
ridiculous.
Yeah, guys used to bring girls in the room. Guys used to party. Used to tear up hotel room. Ric Flair, I remember one time watching a football game on TV. Got mad, grabbed the TV, threw it out of the window into the swimming pool.
Flair did that?
Well, yeah,
really?
Yeah.
Well,
they didn't care.
The 80s was a wild time.
Yeah, they didn't care.
It was a wild
They
time.
didn't care about people's property.
Yeah, well, that's not right.
Yeah, they did. Johnny Valentine would ride with you and take a can open and cut up your back seat and say, "Oh man, you got ripped off on this car. Look at here. Look at all the cotton. Look at that. Put like pulling cotton out
Who
your
was
seat."
it that did that?
Johnny Valentine.
Wow.
Yeah, I seen guys do some horrible stuff to people's property. They had no respect for people's property. What it is, a lot of guys back in the day, they got so big that they could get away with pretty much anything. I seen guys drunk, could barely walk. Police pull them over. Don't even give them a ticket.
Really?
Yeah, but look at the Slooker incident. I mean, how many times can you kill a girl in your room and go home that night? And go arrest her that night? Come on. You kill a girl and you go arrest her that night. How can you do that?
You're talking about your old buddy, the Superfly?
Yeah. You know, guys got away with everything.
Well,
rape. There was guys that went to Japan and raped girls.
Really?
Yeah. This boy Cowboy, whatever his name was, raped a girl in Japan.
Cowboy
away
who?
from what was his name? Lane or something like that. Back in the 60s and early 70s.
That was a little before my time.
Yeah, he was like
Tony.
a rapist. I knew child molesters.
Well, that's a different story for a different time.
I know, but I mean, the promotion knew.
Well,
remember Vince got in all that trouble not too
long
ago?
More than once,
and the guys that did it still there.
I don't know, Tony. The wrestling world is an interesting...
Celebrities, well, it wasn't just wrestling with celebrities in a whole.
In general, yeah, it's
in
not
general,
just wrestlers.
If you was a celebrity, and people got mad at Donald Trump for saying it, he being honest. When you rich and famous, you could do what you want to women. He's not bad-mouthing women. They throw themselves at you when you're rich and famous. I had so many women chasing me when I was young that I thought I was good looking. I thought I was cute. Then when my career ended,
they all went away.
They wouldn't look at me sideways. Yeah. But that's how it is.
So it was the fame.
That's how it is in that world back, especially in the 70s. And look at Elvis. Elvis walk on stage, they falling out. They would do anything for Elvis. Elvis could do anything to them women he wanted to at that time. But now, everybody figured out a way of becoming their own superstar, becoming their own millionaire. You just sue them.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong about that.
You get sued now. If we did 1/3 of the stuff today that we did now, we all get sued.
Can you imagine?
That's right.
Can you imagine the 80s with Twitter and things like that?
I'll forget
What
about
would
it.
the wrestling business have turned into?
I'll forget about it. You know, I mean, everybody gets sued. Everybody we got sued back there. I know Jake Roberts telling me a story about the guy wanted his autograph. He followed Jake up to his room. Jake signed his autograph, go to shut the door. The guy stick his foot in the door. Jake said, "Brother, you know, I got to go to bed. I got to catch a 6 a.m. flight. You know." He said, "I'm only going to get 3 hours sleep." It's like 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. Jake only gonna lay down for maybe about 2 hours, and he got to get up, shower, and go catch a flight. But the guy wouldn't leave Jake alone, so Jake just got a little agitated. So Jake took his hand and pushed the guy. Just pushed him. Shut the door. About an hour later, the police cost Jake $225,000 for that.
Get out of here. Really?
Yeah.
Never heard that story.
There's people would go to wrestling matches that would pick a fight with wrestler, get the wrestler to hit them just so they could sue him.
Sue him, yeah. I've heard stories like that. I never heard that one about Jake in the hotel.
You take like Mrs. Hyde. She used to flash you all the time. Flash you all the time. Come in the dressing room, pull the blouse up. Do it every day. Dusty Rhodes took a picture of her, put it on his wall. She got fired. She sued WCW.
Well, I don't know how many women would really be thrilled with a giant poster-sized photo on the wall with their breast exposed in an office.
That picture lay there for almost a year and nobody said nothing. It only became an issue when she got fired.
And I think
it became an issue when she got fired.
She got a handsome reward for that photo, I believe. So that was probably the best picture that was ever taken of her.
If they had never fired her, she would have never said nothing.
Maybe not.
She did it after she got fired. Just like this concussion thing. I saw one name on it, John Learth Jonathan. He was wrestling before Vince was born. Oh, now he's going to sue Vince for concussion, and Vince wasn't even living when this guy was wrestling.
We could talk about the concussion lawsuit great in depth in another episode, but my point of contention is, I've seen the list, there's maybe 50, 60 guys on it, but how do they know they got these specific concussions while working for WWE? A lot of these guys worked in the territory system. I mean, they worked in 15, 20 different promotions throughout their career.
Just like this.
Let me give you an example real quick. Someone like Matt Bourne. He spent maybe 2 years out of his career in WWE. He worked all over the country, but he's trying to sue WWE for those concussions. How do you know the specific concussions took place while working as an independent contractor for WWE? I don't know how you can prove that.
How can OJ walk free?
Well, that's a different story for a different time, Tony. I know that's one of your favorites. Yeah?
If the lawyer is better than the prosecution, you're going to win. If the prosecution is better than your lawyer, you're going to lose. It is no right or wrong. There's no such thing as right or wrong. If might is right. What make one thing right and another thing wrong, the winner is always right and the loser is always wrong. That's why they could do it. When a football player, when you take the biggest sport organization in the world and you could buckle them at the knees with a concussion claim, why you think other people are not going to try the same thing?
Do you think
it worked for the MFL? The lawyer was able to break into the MFL.
$1 billion. $1
billion. So the guy said, if they get $1 billion out of the MFL, we could get it out of these guys too.
$1 billion would crush WWE. They don't have that much money.
Nobody thought about concussions until after the MFL.
Not to say that these concussions don't exist.
I didn't
My
say they
point
didn't,
of contention is NFL football players play for the NFL. If they get a concussion as a professional, it happened in the NFL.
Right.
For a guy that worked in 10, 15 different territories, how do you know that specific concussion took place in WWE?
But that's my point. That ain't the point.
All right. Well, let me ask.
Nobody care about Pacific. All you got to do is prove you got it. And if you've been in that ring more than one time, then you in. Well, it's kind of like you have a relationship with a woman. She said you rape her.
Hey, it is the way of the world.
You're going to jail if you can't prove you didn't. Even if she consented to it, you're going to jail.
Well, let's go back to this, Tony.
It's the same thing. You got in this world what you call, once you open up Pandora's box, it's hard to close that box.
It sure is.
So everybody's going to jump on that bandwagon. You know, you got ambulance chasers. You got lawyers that just come out of lawyer school, and they're going to jump on every opportunity to make a name for themselves. You know, when you take with the OJ trial, nobody knew Marcia Clark, Johnny Cochran. They didn't know who these people were.
No one knew them, yeah.
They more famous than anybody now for that one trial, that one thing. Who in the world knew Monica Lewinsky? It was for Bill Clinton.
All right, well, I don't know what Monica's up to these days, but Tony, let me ask you this. In the mid-'80s, you had Sergeant Slaughter make an attempt to try and rally the boys to unionize, and he was kind of ousted from WWE for that. Jesse Ventura tried to rally the boys before WrestleMania 2 and say, you know what? If none of us wrestle and we try and unionize, they're not going to have a show. It would crush WWE. You were around in those days. Do you think in the end that the boys would have been better off unionized and have some sort of protection and benefits as opposed to nothing as an independent
The first
contractor?
guy to try to do this was a wrestler by the name of Sputnik Monroe.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked Sputnik Monroe, because it didn't work back then. The guy that's making $200,000 a year could give a red ass about the guy making 50. There's a thing called human nature.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm doing good, I don't care if this guy's doing bad, as long as I'm doing good. It's a thing called human nature. Mm-hmm. A person would go and buy themselves a $60,000 or $70,000 truck. They would spend $60,000 or $70,000 on a truck. See a homely person on the street and wouldn't give him a quarter.
Really?
Human nature.
Well, Tony, in the end, do you
That's
think,
why we
the boys would have been better off unionized or not?
Of course they would have.
Then
but
why
the problem,
couldn't they rally together? Was it the top guys that wanted to squash the little guys?
Well, the top guys don't care unless you get the top guys involved.
What if the top guys could have made more money? I think that's
they
the
don't
problem.
Look at it. They doing good.
They should have looked at it that way.
They don't look at it
They
that way.
should have looked at it that way.
They don't look at it. Ric Flair told me the same thing. He said, as long as, see, that's how you divide and conquer. You give this group a lot of money. You give this group a little bit of money. Well, the group that doing okay, they're not worrying about the group they're not.
Well, look at WWE in 2017. It's a public company. They have to release their information. You're talking about 10% of the gross went to the boys. 10%. You look at an NFL team, you look at a Major League Baseball team, you're talking about half. Half the pie is going to the actual players / talent. WWE, 10%. You know Cena is almost an 8-figure guy when he's around full-time, and you have Lesnar making big money. But those other guys you talked about in the other interviews, $100,000 guys,
right.
There is more money out there, but they've never pushed to try and get it.
No.
And I think it's their own fault.
No, because there is no unity.
Right.
There is no unity among wrestlers.
Right.
Because wrestlers are individual contractor. Like if you start a wrestler, you use your name. John Cena is not a person, it's a corporation. Tony Atlas is not a person, it's a company. Undertaker is not a person, it's a company. Hulk Hogan is a company. So you got all these little small companies that come together to form one big company. So if I'm making mine, I don't care if you're making yours or not. The business always been like that, always, from the beginning. It's never going to change.
All right.
It's never going to change. And it's a thing called human nature. See, if you learn wrestling, you learn human beings, because we have to know our audience. If in the olden days, if Mrs. Johnson's house burned down, the whole community would get together and help her to build a new house. Today, Mrs. Johnson's house burned down, we don't care. As long as it's not our house.
All right. Well, Tony, it's
kind of like a prime example. Puerto Rico is part of the United States, right?
Yeah.
Anybody care?
not as much as they did last fall, and the Puerto Rico still has a lot of problems right now.
I remember after 9/11, 9/11 now. A month later, nobody cared.
Oh,
it didn't happen.
Didn't happen. I don't know about that. All right, well,
I've seen it. You don't hear nothing about it.
We certainly got off track in this one.
Well, no, it's the same thing. It's not off track. It all in the same thing.
There was a segment about Scott Hall and Kevin Nash, and it wound up about O.J. Simpson and Marshall Clark.
But no, if you stop it, this is how us wrestlers talk, because it's all related to how we draw money.
You all tie it together.
We tie it together because you can't. What made the Iron Sheik so big and made Hogan so big, it wasn't Hogan, it wasn't the Sheik, it wasn't Vince, it was Ayatollah Khomeini when he held American hostages.
No, and then that got Sheik cut, that's for sure.
Vince put the belt on Irania.
Yeah.
It blew the tear. The people wanted to kill him. Vince's biggest fear was the reason they took the belt off took him off in 1 month. They were afraid he was gonna get killed. The people went crazy.
Sheik got real heat from the fans. People believed in that.
Police
severe.
escorts coming in there. Wrestling always center around that, around what is going on in the real world, because that's what people is talking about. That's what people are connecting about. It's just like in my day, if you have a black wrestler, that was a big deal because in the 70s, it was right at the beginning of desegregation. So for a black guy to walk out there, it meant a whole lot. But then you take 20 years later, after 20 years after segregation, it's not a big deal no more.
Yeah.
You see what I'm
as
saying?
more time
when
goes
Aaron
on.
Sheik
Yeah.
won that belt, and they was holding American hostages during the Reagan administration and all that stuff, man, people was hot over all that. They wanted to go to war with Iran then. So Vince always followed. You know what teamed up, stop and think about what teamed up the Aaron Sheik and Sergeant Slaughter, what started all that stuff? When the Russians shot down the Korean airline. That what turned Slaughter a babyface against Sheik and
Volkov.
And Volkov. Volkov was leaving. He only had 1 week left.
Really?
He was leaving. And
So
then
he
they shot
kinda lucked
down the
out, yeah.
airplane. They said, look, Vic Lai, you can't go nowhere. Saba Simba. When Vince made Saba Simba, what was going on?
I'm not
The
sure.
release of Nelson Mandela.
Right. Okay, I do remember that. I must have. My gosh, I was in the 5th grade. But yeah, I remember that.
Wrestling always
Ties together with the real world.
Always tied together. And another Hall of Famer, WWE Hall of Famer that nobody ever talked about. He's a WWE Hall of Famer.
Who?
President Donald Trump.
He is a Hall of Famer.
He's
You're
a
right.
WWE Hall of Famer.
Yeah. I'll tell you this. He was paid awfully handsome for his WrestleMania moment at WrestleMania 23.
He wears the
Several
same
million.
Hall of Fame
Yeah.
ring as I do. And he knows all this stuff because he was around us wrestling. He knows about the audience. He knows how to work that audience. And if you know how to work that audience, you don't have to know how to wrestle.
Exactly.
Dusty Rhodes proved that.
Hogan wasn't a great technician, and look at
Neither
everything
was
he
Dusty
did.
Rhodes.
Yep, absolutely. Well, Tony, I tell you, I don't know how we wound up in this position, but it's been a very interesting
but if
conversation.
you was in a dressing room with wrestlers, see the way the fans talk is the way you normally talk. But with the wrestlers, they make that connection because in the person's everyday life, they're not really thinking about wrestling. See, the bad guy in my day was the bills, the car payment, the sick uncle, all the problems in a person's life. That was the bad guy. The good guy represents the fans, and when they see that all the trouble that this bad guy is causing this good guy, and this good guy is able to go out there and fight every day to defend it, then that made the fan feel better about themselves. You see, they wanted somebody to come and cheer for them to fight. They fight for them. So when they cheer for the good guy, they was really cheering for themselves. Yeah. And so when they go back in the regular world, then they can handle their problems a whole lot better. They call it ring psychology.
Yeah.
Ring psychology, and it related to everyday event. That's why I say, if you notice, when Vince Jr. took over the office, he took all the minorities off the top position.
We talked about that earlier today.
And he replaced it with other, because that's what people want to be represented, something that look like them. They feel more comfortable with something that look like them. Just like when you go to the Olympics, if the America team is winning, you love the Olympics. If we're losing like we just did last year in the Winter Olympics with Russia, with Germany and Norway, that's why Americans don't watch the Winter Olympics that much. We don't do good at it.
All right, that's interesting.
We watch the Summer Olympics because we do good.
Yeah.
We don't do good in the Winter Olympics. Look, we got what we got, like 3rd place or 4th place? We was at the bottom.
Wasn't the most successful
We
run.
was not good at all. I mean, we had one girl that came out, about 1 or 2 people that came out smelling like a rose. But in the Summer Olympics, we really watched that because we don't watch hockey or soccer that much here, because soccer is the original football.
Right.
But when America won its independence from Europe, they want to change everything. That's why we have a president instead of a king. We have football. But in every place on the planet, except for America, football is soccer. They call it football because you play with your foot. We the one that create American football.
I like American football better.
Yeah, well, I do too, but what I'm saying is that we can relate to American football. We can't relate to curling and all this other stuff.
No, I'm not familiar. I've heard the term curling. I don't know what it is.
We don't know nothing about that stuff. We watch the Europeans, like what in Scotland, where they run and take the big telegraph pole and throw it. We don't know nothing about that. That Ultimate Fighter, we relate.
Right, yeah.
Karate and judo, we don't.
Now, why is that?
It's not our thing.
All right. Well,
it wasn't created here. the Orientals, they the one that created it. It's more popular in the Orient than in here. Boxing is an American creation.
Another good thought.
Boxing, wrestling, that pro wrestling, but amateur wrestling is not very popular in America either.
No.
It was not created by Americans. It was created by the Greeks.
Right, yeah.
It's more of a Greek, it's more of a European sport. I'm talking about wrestling. I ain't talking about, showman wrestling. I'm talking about real wrestling. But I used to wrestle in high school. And the wrestling was the same time as basketball. Now, everybody went to the basketball game. When I look up in the student of a wrestling match, there may be 5 people there. Yeah. Nobody cared about amateur wrestling in this country. It was not created here. We only support what is ours. We don't support.
It's a good way to look at it.
You have to understand your audience.
All right, Tony, I tell you, we've gone all over the place on this one. Any final thoughts where we began this about Scott Hall and Kevin Nash, 2 WWE Hall of Famers?
I don't know them.
Kevin Nash helped you out with a rent-a-car.
That's all I know.
You resent the contracts they got in WCW because you wanted a $750,000.
That's why I say when I was in Legend House, the one thing about Legend House that I really enjoy, there was nobody in Legend House that I knew.
Really? I didn't
know them.
Really?
They never said more than 2 words to me. See, back in the old days, they had what they call cliques.
Yeah, sure.
You had to be part of that clique. You had certain guys that hung out together. The only guy that hung out with me in the WWF, when I was with WWF at that time, was SD. That was it.
Really?
SD was the only guy that I knew. When I was down south, the only guy that hung out with me was Tommy Rich. I didn't know these other guys. They would shun you.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
All right, Tony.
They're not all that friendly. These are like people think. You go to the dressing room right now, you see a group of guys sitting here playing cards, another group of guys over here doing something, and they won't say 2 words to each other.
Well, you heard it from the Hall of Famer himself. We talked about the Hulkster, Hulk Hogan. We started somewhere on Kevin Nash and Scott Hall. We wound up on economics.
Because I know about economics, I don't know them guys. They're strangers.
Right. Well,
I know more about you. I know about Kevin Nash. He never talked to me.
All right. Well, wrestling fans, it's been a heck of an episode. We enjoy having Tony here. Until we speak again with the next great episode of Memories and Legends, we hope you and yours be well.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Philadelphia Spectrum in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Saturday, April the 27th, 1985. In the opening contest, the British Bulldogs battled the Hart Foundation to a time-limit draw in the 2 teams' very first match. Tito Santana and David Sammartino beat WWF Intercontinental Champion Greg the Hammer Valentine and Brutus Beefcake. Rowdy Roddy Piper and Cowboy Bob Orton with the win over S.D. Jones and George Wells. Mike Rotundo and Barry Windham defeated WWF Tag Team Champions Nikolai Volkov and the Iron Sheik in a non-title match. Superfly Jimmy Snuka and Ricky the Dragon Steamboat victorious over Charlie Fulton and Moondog Spot. WWF World Champion Hulk Hogan retained the title over Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, and Ricky the Dragon Steamboat and Jimmy Snuka won a $50,000 Tag Team Battle Royal. If you were in Philadelphia live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the link in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marati.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition Bailey autographed Rob Schamberger out print, one of only 50 made. A great addition to the collection of any Bailey fan, direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autograph photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. If you want to keep talk shows like that on the air, fans, and you're watching the video premiere, do not forget that little gray $sign. The Super Chat button is open for business under the Premier Chat box. Every dollar helps our mission of bringing you more great content while we keep the wrestling legends working. Up next, it's our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition featuring the debut of the sinister minister James Mitchell from Smoky Mountain to WCW, to ECW, to TNA, to Impact, even overseeing a wedding on AEW recently. Seen it all, done it all. He joined us in Tampa at Wrestle House. His glance was trying to run the operation. The audio was a little low on the first half of the episode, but it picks up great after the break. Hear how Mitchell was a fan growing up as a kid, how he broke into the wrestling business in the 1980s, along with working for Jim Cornette and Smoky Mountain Wrestling.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Very excited to be here outside of that crazy studio where so much craziness happens. Happy to have someone new with us here in the Boston Wrestling MWF family, one of the great managers of this generation, the sinister minister, James Mitchell. We've chatted back and forth a little while over the years, and we finally made it happen as WrestleMania 37 gets ready to take over the Tampa area. Of guests coming in. By the time the fans will have seen this, we'll have had our little cyber autograph signing. And so we're always looking to bring the fans new points of view, new perspective, new stories, new memories, new legends. And I love to hear the thoughts of someone that participated outside of the ring. I think sometimes ring announcers have some of the great stories because look at how much they probably see more than any fan ever has. They're there every night at ringside sitting through every single match on the card, and I think a lot can be said for, even though unless it's a really bad indie show, most managers aren't going to be out there for 7 or 8 matches a night, but they are usually a few times, and they see sometimes a lot more and have a different thought process than even the wrestlers would. So take us back in time to a young Jim Mitchell. What was it about the king of sports professional wrestling that captivated you so much?
Okay, when I was way little, I lived in New Jersey, so...
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, up to the age of 8.
Okay.
Probably. So I remember wrestling was always kind of in the background a little bit. My father watched it, but as a little kid, I was into comic books and that sort of thing. But the first thing I really took notice of was the first time I saw the Grand Wizard, which was probably around 1973, I think. And the thing I noticed about him, because I was a big comic book kid to the degree that a 5-year-old or 6-year-old could be, whatever I was at that age, the Grand Wizard showed up and he had those great glasses, with the little slits. Well, the Flash had his arch supervillain, arch enemy, Captain Cold, who wore a parka, but he had the same fucking glasses. And I looked at it and I thought Captain Cold was on TV for a minute. Anyhow, fast forward, I moved to South Carolina, and very much into comic books. And I had a friend in third grade that invited me over to his house one day to trade comic books. And I showed up, and he pulled out whatever. Here, look at this one, look at this one. And suddenly these two motherfuckers burst out of the closet. They had been lying in waiting. And they started beating the shit out of me. Bam, 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 and doing all these wrestling moves and jumping off of the fucking, what do you call it, the dressers and whatnot, and just destroying me. And as they're doing it, they're shouting out the names of the holds or the wrestlers who did them. So I'd hear, Double Knee Ivan Koloff as a son of a teenager or whatever, adolescent, you know, came down on my 9-year-old head with knees. And they were grabbing coffee mugs and yelling brass knucks and I'd just beat the dog shit out of me for what seemed like 30 or 40 minutes, and everybody's laughing at it, and eventually I'd pick my broken ass up and I'd go home. Well, I was stupid enough to let this happen probably 2 or 3 more times over the course of the school year. And I didn't understand what these guys were talking about, you know. And actually, that had happened to me in New Jersey one time. Some kids beat me up on the schoolyard and started screaming Chief J. Strongbow when they put me in what I now know to be a backbreaker, you know. So I didn't know what these strange names and whatnot were. And sometime, I guess during the summer of third grade, these same 2 guys that had beaten my ass were in a convenience store shoplifting. And they had the big army jackets and whatnot, and they were sliding stuff in, and they looked at me and went like this. And I was trying to get the fuck out of the store because I didn't want to get my ass beat again. And they came in, and when I was outside, and they ran up to me and said, "Hey kid, you're real cool," and they gave me a bag of M&Ms that they stole or something. And they said, "Hey, come with us to the house." And I was like, no, I'm not doing that again. And no, it's cool, you're cool with us. And we sat down and watched Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling. And Johnny Valentine was on, as I recall, because they were screaming his name. And the Super Destroyer, which was Don Jardine, the spoiler. Well, the thing I noticed was, first of all, these were all men in tights. This is kind of like comic books. And as I watched a little longer, wait, there's good guys and bad guys, you know? They're kind of dressed the same, and then the fucking spoiler shows up with that mask, you know, he looks like he's straight out of Marvel Comics Central Casting, and I really got into it, and then I became really good friends, and one of the guys who beat my ass was manager Jeff Bailey, who worked for Bill Behrens for years in Anarchy and Wildside, one of the great unsung managers of our time, but he's the guy who turned me on to it, so I became obsessed with pro wrestling. Like, it just completely, it eclipsed Evel Knievel, it eclipsed Planet of the Apes, it eclipsed the comic books. And I became a kid that, I mean, we would watch it, and the thing was, we got, in Columbia, South Carolina, which is where I was living, we got cable really early. A lot of times people say they didn't get cable until 1983 or something. This was 1975, 76.
Wow.
So we got, in the afternoon, at noon, Jim Crockett Mid-Atlantic Wrestling. Then at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, on the Augusta channel, which we got, you get a replay of the previous week's Georgia Championship Wrestling, a 1-hour edited down version, which Freddie Miller did the wraparounds for. Then from 6 to 8 p.m., you got the current Georgia Championship Wrestling, which at that time, I believe Gary Hart was the booker. You had Mark Lewin, Dusty Rhodes, Tora Tanaka, Dick Slater was a big guy then. Then you would go, so the way we planned our day was we'd watch cartoons, then we'd watch 12 o'clock wrestling, 1 o'clock wrestling. We'd go through the neighborhood and go beat up kids, just like I used to get beat up. I joined this guy in the same kind of hooliganism, beating up kids and shouting the wrestling moves and whatnot. And we would wait until the Georgia show. So at 8 o'clock, later that night, you would get Mid-Atlantic Worldwide, which was whatever, the B show or something. That came on at like 11 o'clock on Saturday. And then on Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, IWA may have been on even a little later, but there was IWA wrestling with which, God, what was the name? Pedro Martinez did it.
Yep.
So you had, it was Mil Mascaras was the champion, and Bulldog Brower and Mighty Igor were really the big feud there. Billy, Johnny Powers, I think, was there.
You really had a great variety
Yeah,
to
and
choose
then on
from.
Sunday, we got Florida Championship Wrestling.
Wow.
So, you know, Eddie Graham booking it, and this was like, you know, Dusty. I came in right at the time when Dusty Rhodes was becoming the American Dream. And then with the big thing they were pushing for was the Bicentennial Extravaganza in Omni. And I think he might have wrestled Sheep or something then. But it was just so exciting. And I mean, it was almost like a kid looking at pornography. It was sensory overload. And I was really into wrestling. And the funny thing was, me and my friend were really the only hardcore wrestling fans. You know, there were kids at school knew about it, but they weren't into it, so they didn't know what we were beating them up about any more than I did when I was getting beat up over comic books out of the closet. But I maintained a love of wrestling for years, and eventually girls came into the picture. So they would say, "Oh, you guys look like a bunch of faggots and whatnot." Sorry, I'm just repeating what somebody said. But
This is a hard crowd to offend.
yeah, but I mean, you know, we were doing backyard wrestling, except it wasn't in the backyard.
Right.
We'd do it in the fucking street, and we would do crazy stuff, Dan. We like just out there, the gutter, like the drain thing, like where the guy from Pennywise would be.
Yeah.
Our big move, we're gonna pile drive somebody on the gutter or whatever, you know, the drain, and just all kinds of dangerous shit that I look at that now and I'm like, I don't know how we didn't kill somebody or kill ourselves. And we would do shit like we'd see kids coming down the road on the bicycles, and the Valiant Brothers were the Georgia Tag Team Champions. This is, I don't know, 75, 76, somewhere in there. And they were the first people I'd ever seen do the double clothesline. So Jeff and myself would be walking down the road, and we'd see a kid coming up on his bike. Let's do it. We'd join hands and run and hit those motherfuckers right in the neck. They'd go flying, the bicycle would go flying and flipping, and we'd be screaming, you know, whatever Jimmy Valiant was screaming at the time. And we used to get into trouble all the time. Anyhow, so I get a little older, wrestling becomes uncool, and I quit watching it. It was always on in the background, you know, but I was more concerned with girls. And then that turned into rock and roll. I wanted to be a rock singer. But what I did was I brought all of the shit talking from Black Jack Mulligan and Dusty Rhodes and Roddy Piper and the others into my on stage pattern. Because everybody in 1980s bar band rock and roll, they all said the same shit. They all dressed the same, they looked the same, and they said the same things in between sets. We're going to take a short pause for a sanitary cause. We'll be back in 15 minutes. And I just thought that was lame as shit. So I went out and I would just plagiarize Ric Flair or whomever. And I started antagonizing people, you know, which is kind of not what you want to do if you're trying to make people come back and see you. But, and we were playing at shitty biker bars and stuff. But the bikers were kind of intrigued by it. And one day, I happened to be at a kind of a dump bar, and there was a guy from another band with his Yoko Ono, I guess you would say, who was prodding him along like, who's this guy think he is? And the guy started talking shit to me or something, I forget, from the back of the room. And I went into promo mode, just cutting vicious promos on him. And the guy said something. Anyhow, I jumped up on the side, I don't know what the fuck you call it, a ledge that was in the bar somewhere, and there was a potted plant hanging down. And I grabbed it, and you know, it had the hook on it. I started spinning it around like a bandolero and let it go, and I hit the fucking guy in the face. And the potting soil went everywhere, and I knocked over a bunch of bikers' drinks, which they were pissed off about. And anyhow, I cooled it out. But it turns out the owner of the bar, his brother, was a wrestler.
Oh, okay.
Named Outlaw Bubba Kirk, who you may have seen. He did jobs for WWF in the early 80s. He's one of the guys Mula would bring a carload of guys.
Oh, okay, okay.
You
Oh,
know,
that makes sense, yeah.
You know, and,
From that
and
part
take
of the
half
country.
their money probably, you know. It's, you're going to be on TV, huh? Anyhow, he started talking to me and said he was going to get me in, and that didn't pan out, but that really made me think, oh, wait a minute, there's a way to get into this shit. So I started making really bad basement tapes or kitchen. I'd do promos in front of refrigerators, you know, and I didn't know what I was doing. So I would do these long-ass promos, and nobody would ever respond to me. So one day, I was thinking, man, you know, everybody's hanging up on me. You know, they're not even looking at my tape or calling me back to say, go fuck yourself. So I got a commercially produced VHS porno tape. And what I did, you remember they used to have the little empty slot in the back of it? And you could take a piece of paper, curl it up, and put it in there so you could record over it.
Oh, I see. Okay, I get you. I get you. Yep, yep.
So I put the tape in. I let it run about 5-6 minutes, whatever. So just enough to where whoever I sent it to would go, "Oh, we got free porn in the mail." And then bang! What showed up was, "I am the Reverend Jimmy Ray Snake Handler, Chief Executive Officer of Love Brokers Enterprises, the world's only outcall modeling service, and what was it? Pastor of the Church of Wrestling Unification." And I went on this 20-minute diatribe about basically being, and this was because like Jim Baker and whatnot were big in the, they were all the evangelists were getting busted on TV at the time. So I figured I'd go down that route. I'm the Reverend Jimmy Ray Snake Handler. And I recorded this on top of the tape and then, you know, stopped it. So I wound up sending it to Avalanche Buzz Tyler and Gene Anderson, who was in Mid-Atlantic.
Not Moolah.
No, not Moolah. I had talked to Moolah in between, and Moolah at one point, you know, she hit me with, "So, hun, it's going to be $3,000. I did $3,000 in 1986.
That was a good chunk of change.
After like 3 years of sending bad tapes, I sent the porno tape with me just spliced in the middle of it. Gene Anderson called me up, and he was like, "Hey, kid." Oh, actually, I was working at a record store, and I go, "Somebody wants to speak to Reverend Jimmy Ray Snake Handler." And I was like, "What?" And he was like, "Yeah, it's Gene Anderson." And he goes, "Kid, I got your tape. You got the gift of gab, but you don't know shit about wrestling. You'd be a good preacher or a porn star, but you don't know anything." So he told me, and I was like freaking out, like somebody who just won Miss America, you know. But he said, "You're good, and you have talent, and we can do something with you, but you got to learn how to take it bumps. You got to do this." He goes, "So I'm going to give you names of some people." And the first, he gave me a list of several indie promoters in the Carolinas. The top of the list was Atlantic Coast Wrestling, which was run by Nelson Royal and Grizzly Smith, who was Jake Roberts' father. And I sent it, and I didn't hear anything back. And eventually I called, and I got Nelson on the phone. And Nelson goes, "Well, let me let you talk to Grizzly." And I have no idea who Grizzly Smith is at this point. And he yelled at me, "I can't put that on TV. You'll get us thrown off of every station. You're a blasphemer, and you're this and this and this." And anyhow, long story short, just based on that list of names that I got and phone numbers, eventually I was able to get myself onto an outlaw show, you know, just with bullshit, you know, and just immediately lie. "Yeah, I've been working 3 years, you know." There was no internet.
Right,
you know?
right.
So I looked cool, and I could talk a line of shit. So I got in on the ground floor of horrible independent shows and worked my way up from there. So.
Unbelievable, wrestling fans. I think that's a great spot to take a brief time out.
As we continue to introduce the Sinister Minister, James Mitchell, to Wrestling Insider, Boston Wrestling MWF. If you guys are enjoying this great content, if you're watching the premiere episode, leave your thoughts in the chat box to the right or after the fact in the comments below. If everything goes well and you want more of this great man, we'd love to have him up to the TV studio in Boston. But right now, we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're going to talk more of the early career of Jim Mitchell. Stand by. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back as we continue this special edition of Wrestling Insiders. Dan Marati here with the Sinister Minister Jim Mitchell, getting through his early days in professional wrestling, working at a record shop, getting a call from the legendary Gene Anderson. Take us from there. What happened as your voyage continued to try and break into, at that point, which was a much harder process than it is nowadays, where it's turned into Little League Baseball, where if you show up at a school with $100, you get to play 3 innings.
Well, that's what you can do now. Everybody's a fucking pro wrestler.
Right.
Everybody. But at the time, it was like getting into the mafia. And like the big problem with me, I didn't have $3,000 for somebody to train me. There wasn't a chance in hell of that happening. So again, I bullshitted my way in at the lowest level. But, and also there was a guy named Ralph Hodges who was a jobber on WCW. Mm-hmm. And Jeff Bailey, who was by this point my roommate, we saw him advertised as from Columbia, South Carolina on a WCW worldwide show or something. And we looked him up in the phone book and we found him.
Really?
Yeah.
He was listed? Yeah.
Yeah, he's the guy who actually got me on my first show. And we called him and he was like, why are you calling me? And anyhow, it turned out we became great friends and he, was into video games and all the other shit that my roommate was. So he got me on to my earliest shows. And the funny thing was when I got there, I didn't know indie wrestling existed at the time. I had no idea. And there was an advertisement for a Buzz Tyler show. No, actually, I had seen an I'm jumping ahead here, but I told you I'd sent a tape to Avalanche Buzz Tyler. That's because they ran an ad during a Crockett show, but I'd never heard of this company, Southern Championship Wrestling, whatever it was. And that's the reason he got sent the tape. But we went to a show with Ralph and watched it. So an indie show was an entirely new thing. I'd been to shows, Crockett shows at the Township Auditorium in Columbia, South Carolina when I was a little kid, when I was crazy about it. But this was a whole different thing. And I remember walking into the locker room and there were 2 kinds of wrestlers. 3, but mainly 2. Really, really skinny guys, like what you see now everywhere, who were so skinny that their spandex was hanging off of their ass. Jesus, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a guy the size of Tony Mamaluke who didn't have enough ass to not look like he had a shitty diaper, And then you had these big fat guys that all looked kind of like Bubba, Cornette's, Big Boss Man.
Ray Traylor.
Ray Traylor. So you had the guy, that was the other archetype, the guy with the big beard and a Panama hat. And they were big fat guys and they had shitty beards. That was, you would occasionally have one guy with muscles on the show. And you would occasionally have somebody a jobber moonlighting, like Charlie Cook, I'm just throwing some names out, they might not be exactly right, or George South kind of thing, they would be the stars of what, was on the indie show. So I'm out there and I'm like, oh shit, there's only like 50 people here. Most of them are probably the family of the guys,
Right.
They probably bought tickets, so they could be on the card. But I did stuff like that, but what I would do is I would find the guys who looked more like stars, who got the biggest pop, and I would go up and kiss their ass. Because they would, basically, we'd kind of mutually find each other and be like, damn kid, you can talk, And well, yeah, you're great. Let's get together and do something. So we would slowly inch our way up to better levels of indie shows. And eventually I got to where I hooked up with a promoter named Bob Cannella, who is based out of North Augusta, Georgia. He owned a radio station, and he got excited about doing wrestling. He started doing these great indie shows where he brought in names. So on top of the card, the card in the Carolinas around 1990, I guess this would be. A usual main event card would be Wahoo McDaniel versus Manny Fernandez, or Ivan Koloff was a very common one, And but anyhow, like your top 3 matches were usually guys you'd heard of, and you'd have. Anyhow, I started to say, well, now I need to.
That's where you wanted to
Fuck
be.
these people. I need to move over to this league. And I started really making tapes and whatnot of that kind of thing, and eventually sent it to South Atlantic Pro Wrestling, which was a territory originally run by Robert Fuller.
Oh, okay.
Robert Fuller and John Ringley, who used to be married to Francis Crockett. Basically what they were doing was they were trying to run the old Crockett towns. So, and I think they lasted 2 or 3 years, I'm not sure how long. But Greg Price, if you're familiar with him,
he ran that big Mid-Atlantic Fanfest. Yep.
He was one of the good promoters that you would want to work for, one of the handful. And he somehow took over South Atlantic Pro Wrestling, and I sent him a tape, and he brought me on. And so I got my first TV. I think they only lasted like 3 shows or 4 shows after that. But I actually had something on tape with real lighting. And you know what I mean? It was more professional than a VHS where when you're cutting your promo,
Yeah.
So I sent that to, I started getting even better indie shows after that, but I sent it to Cornette. And at that point, I'd also started getting really big into the wrestling fandom scene, early 90s, kind of pre-internet, but whatever, the sheet scene.
Like newsletters,
Yes,
okay.
yes, that kind of scene, tape trading and all that. And so I'd gotten the Pro Wrestling Torch yearbook or something, and I'm just struggling for attention at this point. Like I'm writing Bill Apter letters, wondering why I'm not in his magazines, because I got these great pictures of me with the Iron Sheik and, or Paul Orndorff. Yeah, like I said, I started managing decent guys, Abdullah the Butcher.
Oh, wow.
But
okay.
I didn't understand how the magazines work either. I didn't realize it's about selling magazines. Nobody wants to buy the unknown jabroni manager. They want Bruno Sammartino and Ric Flair on the cover. Anyhow, I'm reading the Pro Wrestling Torch yearbook, and somebody asked Cornette in an interview, or I guess Wade Keller did, were there any managers on the indie circuit that he liked? And he said, well, there is. My name was Daryl Van Horn at the time. He said, well, there is a guy named Daryl Van Horn who can really talk, and you can tell he really wants to do it, but he dresses a little bit too much, talks and dresses a little bit too much like Paulie Dangerously. But if he could change that up a little bit, I think he could go somewhere. So like that, to me, was like, holy shit, I've never met Jim Cornette, and I just read this in print.
Did you agree with that assessment?
Now, looking back, I do. One thing with me, Dan, is, and especially once I really got in, I quit watching other people because I don't want to be influenced. So most of my influences come from comic books and movies and whatever. James Bond villains, some crazy fucking horror movie character. I was like, you can steal that shit and nobody knows what you're talking
It's
about.
not wrestling affiliated.
Yeah, so it's not like Buddy Landel doing Ric Flair. It's kind of like what Scott Hall did when he became Razor Ramon.
Right, yeah,
Man
yeah,
didn't know
yeah.
shit from Tony Montana's Scarface, so he thought this was the most original shit he'd ever seen. I was just bringing all this crazy, nasty, disturbing imagery into my promos that I'd plagiarized from shit I was reading or watching, But it started to evolve into something. So eventually, about a year later, Cornette called me. I came home and I get a message that Jim Cornette is called. And I freaked out, as you might imagine, like Cornette. And he said, hey, I watched your tape. It's really good. I got a spot for you. And I'm thinking at the time, because I think Bobby Eaton may have been there at the time, or Arn Anderson. Something was going on. But I mean, they had real wrestlers there. And I thought, oh, yeah, I'm off to the races. And he goes, I want you to manage a mummy. And I did, what? What? A mummy, Prince Karras, the 3,000-year-old mummy. and at the time, though, the way I looked at it, well, of course I wasn't going to turn that down.
Right.
But the other thing was, the way I embraced it was because among the things I loved as a kid were the classic Universal Studios monsters. Boris Karloff, Lon Chaney, all that shit. So I was like, okay, I can make myself love a mummy and put him over. But I got there, and because I didn't know what I was doing, I didn't understand that you were cutting promos to sell tickets. That didn't enter my head. I thought it was just, let me get over and say some crazy shit and impress my friends. Or here's my little secret decoder ring joke of the week, which 3 people I knew got and nobody else did. But
my jokes are like that a lot on this show with Glantz, yeah. So I get what you're saying. You get the joke, but 99.9% of the planet doesn't have a clue. Yeah.
So I got out there, and again, there was no internet, or at least I had no access to one in 1993.
Oh,
so
it was so sparse at that point? Yeah, right.
You'd have to wait 2 weeks, 3 weeks for the sheets to come out, and I'd pour over them. And I made my debut, and I started getting great reviews, And nobody at the time called me out over the fact that it was kind of like as a standalone art piece, they're kind of funny, but in the context of wrestling, what are you doing? Why are you talking about porn stars and snuff films? What does any of this have to do with a mummy? But I was there, and I ran with it as long as I could, and then I got fired by Cornette because Paul Heyman had called me up. I'd been on the phone with him on and off for a year or two at that point. And Paul Heyman called me up. I guess this was when Smoky Mountain was dwindling, or Cornette was involved in some kind of scandal or whatever. And he said, hey, is it true that Smoky Mountain's going out of business? And what are you talking about? And at that point, I just lost my day job.
Oh.
And so this was my only other gig. And he said, yeah, I heard his wife's leaving, or some crazy shit like that. And I panicked, and I called one of his runners. I think the guy's name is Casey O'Connor. And I asked, is all this, I got all liquored up and panicked. Is this all true? And the guy told me at the time, don't worry about it. Shut the fuck up and mind your own business. Yeah, but shut the fuck up. Don't say anything. But shut up. So what did I do? I went further up the fucking ladder. And I believe her name was Pam Lawson. I could be wrong. But it was his Jamie Ingle, if you know Jamie.
Oh, from WCW? Yeah.
Right? And I called her immediately and did the same thing. And she kind of cut a promo on me and said, shut the fuck up. And about 45 minutes later, whatever, ring, ring, ring. Daryl Van Horn, hey, it's Jim Cornette. What fucking business is it of yours if I've got to go? Yeah, because I think the scandal was that he was having a problem with his wife, maybe. That's 2 wives ago. So, and he just fucking laid into me, man. Just sliced and diced, ripped me the fuck apart, and fuck you, you fucking Mark. And I'm going, I'm sorry, I didn't mean any ill will, and this and that. And, when it ended, he said, well, you know what? He goes, well, you're better off now than you were when I met you. And maybe he heard the terror in my voice because he kind of baby-faced me at the end. And he said, well, now we're going to have to let shit cool off because everybody knows you fucking done this, and maybe I'll be able to bring you back in a little while. But fuck you, you're in timeout, wearing a dunce cap, basically. And he called me once or twice about, hey, I might have something happen, but it never happened. And he went out of business. So I sat around and did this for 2 years. In between that time.
What happened to the Mummy?
The Mummy got killed off quickly. The Mummy had a run with Tim Horner, which was just like his debut at Thanksgiving Thunder. So he injured Tim Horner and put Tim Horner out. My understanding is that's because Cornette hated Tim Horner. I didn't know any of this shit at the time, but apparently he hated Tim Horner and wanted to get him off of TV and keep him in the office. So the Mummy put him out with his loaded mummy arm.
A loaded mummy arm.
A loaded mummy arm.
Kind of like Bob Orton, only under gauze.
Yes.
Okay.
And then he had a little run with Bobby Blaze, and I think they immediately put him in a run with the Dirty White Boy for the title. He was only on TV like 3 or 4 times.
Oh, so this wasn't a long-term gimmick.
It is like, I think I was there 9 months, but it was basically me just talking shit and building him up for a long time. He did a couple of the big, Thanksgiving Thunder, Christmas Chaos, but on TV, very limited exposure.
Did you think it was odd that someone that is, especially if you listen to him nowadays, someone that is as old school as Jim Cornette, with the great passion for what a lot of us would probably like the industry to still be in 2021, developing a, several thousand-year-old mummy for you to manage on his own professional wrestling platform?
I did think that at the time, although, in 1993, that was a pretty far out fucking premise. Unless you watched Memphis Wrestling with Frankenstein and Darth Vader or whoever they had. But his reasoning was that Rick Rubin, you know who that is? The
music
producer?
guy,
Yeah, from Def Jam or Def American Recordings. He was the money backer.
So he had a piece of the pie.
He wanted a mummy.
Really?
He wanted a mummy.
He wanted a mummy.
Because wherever he grew up, which I'm assuming is in California, I think the guy's name was Benny Martinez, and I think Bobby Duncombe wrestled as a mummy out in California too. Excuse me, but he just wanted a mummy.
I think in the early 80s, and maybe it was one of those California territories, where I don't know if it was a mummy or a Frankenstein, but there was some kind of a monster that came back to life. And it was
there was a Frankenstein out
was that what it was?
territory
That's
too,
what I'm thinking of then.
California, but they had a
Okay.
mummy
That's like
too.
early 80s, I'm thinking.
But it's what he was told he had to do.
Well, if you're trying to appease the guy with the money, yeah. You
Of course. And I'm sure, Cornette, I think at the time he was managing the Heavenly Bodies. He also managed the Moondogs and the Bruise Brothers. He had 3 tag teams, and they were all those guys were good. They were over. But he had this dictum that he had to have a mummy. So, mummy's got to have a talker. I'm pretty sure Cornette's thought process was, I'm not doing this shit. Let me throw a bone to this kid over here in South Carolina. So, I made the best of it, and did what I could. But the mummy, you could tell immediately it was a flop. And that's the guy's name was Rob Mazie. Nice guy, super guy, but he's a big, tall guy. I believe he was a professional ticket scalper. The funny thing was, he had claustrophobia. So when you put him in that shit, you'd have to wrap him up. And it was also, the top thing was a rubber zombie mask, which was then all taped around his head. And he was wearing sweatshirt, sweatpants, and
so he was
all
probably
that
pretty
was
hot
taped
when he
up.
went out there, yeah.
Yeah, so we had to roll him around in the dirt because when he first showed up, he wasn't dirty. You're a video guy, Paul. You may know what I'm talking about. When he showed up on the pay-per-view.
I thought you were going to say he was dirty.
Well, no, hold on.
No, glance I'm talking about.
Oh,
all right.
No, hold on. No. So when the Mummy was virginal white when he made his TV debut, and it was
at 3,000, you may have got a little dirt on you.
Right, but he was virginal white, and he came out for his debut. And when if you go back and look at the old tapes of Thanksgiving Thunder, when he showed up, there's something about white bleeding into the screen. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where it goes. Bzzz. So while the Mummy is on the screen, it sounds like there's an audio problem, but it's because it's so white or something. Somebody told me that it fucks up the audio and the video. So after that, we had to start rolling around in the mud. So we'd go, we'd get him to the building and just roll him around and get him dirty. And then he'd sweat in it, and you'd have to cut him out of it and just retape him and then roll him in the dirt again. So, a claustrophobic guy is stuck in this filthy thing that probably smells like a monkey's wedding, just BO from however many months of doing it, and filthy, and the thing on his head keeps getting tighter and tighter because you keep wrapping more tape around it. But he was a pro and he dealt with it, but he would immediately be like, cut me out of this fucking thing as soon as the show was over. It was a bad gig for a guy with claustrophobia.
How often would Smoky Mountain run? What was the loop like?
They did TV every 3 weeks, and then they were on the road probably 5 days a week. Mm-hmm. So.
Oh, really? So that often? Okay.
Yeah, I remember at one point. How are we doing on time?
Was that our second one, Mr. Cena? All right. Oh, you know what? We're going to have a great place to hit the pause button. We're getting ready to take it home. Our first visit with the sinister minister himself, Father James Mitchell. I look forward to having you back on another episode of Wrestling Insider Special Edition. I feel like we're just scratching the surface of your great story, yours and so many more to come. Again, a pleasure to have you here for the very first time. We're going to do a lot more of it. Again, fans, we'd love to hear your comments in the little premiere chat if you're watching with us Wednesday night at 10 or after the fact in the comments section below. We love to know what you guys like. So for Jim Mitchell, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you soon on Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Good night. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Cow Palace in San Francisco, California, Saturday, April the 28th, 1990. In the opening contest, Paul Roma beat Playboy Buddy Rose. Brutus the Barber Beefcake victorious over the Genius. Model Rick Martel defeated Rugged Ronnie Garvin. The Orient Express with the win over the Rockers. Hillbilly Jim beat Bob Bradley. Hacksaw Jim Duggan victorious over Rakim. Sensational Sherry defeated Sapphire. And in the main event, Rowdy Roddy Piper replacing Dusty Rhodes with the win over the Macho King Randy Savage. If you were in San Francisco live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition WWE NXT Johnny Gargano personally autographed 11x14 comic book style poster, a great addition to the collection of any Johnny Wrestling or NXT fan direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. The superstars keep coming, fans. ECW legend New Jack is with us live Saturday, May the 8th for a series of Wrestling Insider tapings and cyber autograph signing where you can get a photo made out to you, a friend, a loved one, while helping keep the show on the air and helping keep wrestling legends working. For more info on New Jack Live, visit bostonwrestling.com. The superstars keep coming here tonight on Wrestling Insiders Week in Review. Up next, it's Marty Jannetty's Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty, another wild, no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at 1989. Marty discusses Jake the Snake Roberts getting arrested, Dusty Rhodes joining the WWF, Sapphire going from a ring rat to an in-ring talent, the WWF's no-holds-barred movie, Zeus, Magic Johnson, and more.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome back to another episode of Wrestling Insiders. It's been another busy week here in the world of Boston Wrestling MWF. Very happy to have you back with us again, Marty, as always.
Thank you, brother.
Who knows what you were doing
over there?
It's good
to see you, man. You fell down on the ice the other day.
Well, that was quite a while ago by the time this episode is, but it's probably be in the middle of baseball season.
He did that John Pesci, or not John, what's his name? Joe Pesci, from Home Alone, when he hit the marbles and went up in there.
It wasn't my best moment, that's to say the least. But nonetheless, hopefully my leg will be feeling better and my neck will be feeling better.
Did it hurt real bad?
Yes, it sure did. Like I told you, my leg folded under my knee so far. The heel of my foot was on my ass cheek. But you know what? Who's counting when you're having fun? All right, back to the topic at hand. What are you doing?
I got things to say.
Oh, all right. Well, don't lose the microphone again.
Oh, yes. Attached to a jacket.
Yeah.
Hey, brothers.
Cecil the Lion is going to do a run-in.
Can't get the jacket off now.
Like he did in the middle of one of John Cena Sr.'s episodes when he got him a coffee and he screamed at me. He screamed at me. Cecil. This is the individual that's running the land party, ladies and gentlemen. Sunday night, February the 28th. It's called Lanamania. Well, that's a good spot for it.
Yeah, I'll move it.
It's a great spot for it. You know, why not? The middle of the show, it's just a great idea to do it this way. But you can't say we rehearsed this, if nothing else. This is as fresh off the cuff as it gets.
Well, see, here's what the problem is. We've been here for 2 days now, so this is like week 20, and I've been wearing that jacket right there. It's summertime probably right now when this is showing.
I would imagine probably April-ish. It's going to be my educated guess.
Spring.
Because we tape out of order sometimes when current events come up and we do the remembrances and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But let's go back to one of your favorite places.
But so anyway, I'm trying to change clothes for each week. Dan will wear that for the next 4 months.
I mean, every time they see me in a new outfit, they know it's a new day we taped. No matter who the guest, there is one outfit per day of taping for me. It's too hard.
We do like 5 episodes a day.
And more if we're lucky.
How do you like your pants?
They look tremendous.
Well,
Fantastic.
what team is it?
The New Orleans Saints.
There you go.
All I did was recognize the gold and the black, but don't give me too much credit.
What they call that? A fluor?
That thing, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, wrestling fans, back on.
But I still got my Falcon socks.
You still get your Falcon socks. All right. Well, Jake the Snake Roberts back on May the 8th. I love how they always put the camera on me when I'm trying to read off of the notes.
Yeah,
it's
why you do that?
Why you do that? Why I don't do it?
Remember, it comes from the heart. You don't need.
Well, I need to remember the facts.
Uh-oh.
I can't.
Listen.
No, no more.
It's Vegas.
No more fan messages.
What about? It's not
fan phone calls or whatnot.
Virgil.
Definitely don't answer it then.
You wanted to yesterday.
May the 8th at the Orlando Arena, Jake the Snake Roberts is arrested. He had a prior incident with a fan in Daytona Beach. Jake was taken off to jail. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And what happened? Give us the scoop.
I don't remember what happened, but
You don't
I know he
remember?
went to jail and he poked the guy. He drilled him. This is what I kind of remember. There's something that happened on the side of the road, and the fan was messing with him. You know, Jake's got that long reach. He just reached out and tapped him real good.
A big man with a long reach.
Yep.
Yeah.
Long arms.
He got him good?
Enough that the guy sued him.
Well,
but he had to go to jail for a minute.
At that point, Jake was without Cheryl on
Daytona.
the road.
And I think it was Daytona.
Yeah, it was Daytona that it happened, yeah. So someone was messing with him at a convenience store? Or?
It seems like it was a road rage type thing.
Oh, really? Okay.
It seems like it. I might be right.
And you might be crazy, but that's all right. That's all right. Well, your memory is better than mine during that time. I had no idea why Jake the Snake vanished off the canvas, but...
Well, at the same time now, I love Jake. If you're watching this, you know I love you. I might say things that you don't care, because you'd say them yourself, because it was old. It was way back. Jake's so good right now. I mean, he's so rehabbed. You know, he don't... Well, I mean, as far as I know.
Yeah.
I saw him when I was living in Vegas. Straight as an arrow. I mean,
oh, really?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
So happy too, man. He was shining. He was glowing. You know, and I love Jake to death. Now watch this. Look what part of my tooth, paper tooth.
Yeah, they're going to just love us at the studio even more than they already do. Be called in again and listen to the complaint even more. But that's all right. We're having fun on the show.
But wait. Jake got religious back around that same time frame. And, you know, Ted DiBiase had already let me down, and he knows about that, you know. But we've talked about it on here before.
We did, yep, on one of our previous episodes. It's in the archives. I believe it aired back in December.
That's good memory. And, yeah, old Jake got, he was doing speakings. Like, he got paid. I don't need to know numbers. You know, I don't like to get involved. That's like, I don't want to know what you and Coco do. I don't want to know nobody's numbers. Yeah, I like to hook them up, but I don't need to know numbers. No. You know, because there's no good going to come out of that. Because one of them's going to think, one of the two are going to think you fucked them over. Yeah, so you stay out of the numbers. I do anyway. But yeah, Jake was getting whatever he was getting for doing a 30-minute to an hour speaking on religion, on God.
But this was further in his life, not 1989. How would he have
89 when he went to jail?
Yeah.
Well, I know that because he was pretty thick. Man, me and him rode together all the damn time because we partied together. We were into things, you know, back then. Or women and well, I hate to say it, but cocaine.
Yeah.
You know, we were doing a lot of that back then.
A little medicine.
Yeah, we don't do that much anymore. I mean, no, wait a minute. No, we don't do that shit. We don't do that no more. Now, I'm not going to sit here and lie. We don't do it that much anymore. And probably not, I don't know what he does. I can't speak for him. I've not done any coke in over a week.
Well, that's good. You have to start somewhere, right?
I was just kidding. I ain't done no cocaine in a long time. A week's a long time, no. I'm just kidding, y'all. I don't even do that no more that I know of. Sometimes when you get drunk as hell, you don't know what you did. You ever done that? You ever got drunk?
I have never been that drunk, no.
For real?
I don't know if I've ever technically been drunk.
Oh, well, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Because you don't seem to drink. Like when we'll go out to eat, he'll
You
have
have to
like
see-
two cocktails, if you'll call it that. You know what? You know, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, we'll supply the cock, you supply the tail.
That's a good one too.
Yeah.
No, once you're around for the live events and you see the mammoth amount of work that goes into those,
Yeah.
after those events is when I have more than just one or two. I feel like I've earned it. I feel like I deserve it. But in general, no,
Well,
I'm not a huge drinker.
When we went to Luhan's or what was it? Kowloon's, you drink like, I think one margarita or something.
No, I ate a few screwdrivers.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
And that's it though. And
Well,
you were
what was
just
I supposed to have?
about 10 of them. You wasn't driving?
Like I said, the night of our live events, after I recoup from the long months marathon of work, as you knock over all the pictures,
Yeah, but I just hurt my
I feel like I have earned
Shit, that hurt.
the several beverages. What did you do?
My ankle ain't healed even. Well, it's probably time y'all see it. I've already got this one operated on. But we're taping this 2.5 months after this one got reconstruction. It's not healed all the way for me to be kicking the ground like that. Shit. You got any of your pills?
We're going to need to get you some pillows to make sure you always have a soft landing over there.
I got it at the hotel.
Yeah.
You know who else helps me land soft?
Maria.
Well, you didn't have to say the name out loud, damn it.
And I'm not talking about our good friend from Pittsburgh, Maria Davis.
I don't know who that one is. There's an Anne Marie from Pittsburgh.
Well, Maria Davis, she's always with us in the premiere of our shows.
I ain't never met her.
Well, I haven't either, but I've communicated with her via the premieres during, I think we have friends on Facebook or some form of social media. I know we talk on
Did you
Patreon
say meteor?
sometimes. Media.
Meteor, you said meteor.
But anyway, how did WWF react to a situation like that, where they have to take one of their top-tier talents they're pushing to children on action figures and posters and T-shirts and such, and then they wind up in jail? I can't imagine it reflected positively on Jake.
Well, the thing with WWE that was or F back in the day was funny is like we don't cater, we're not catering, we're not targeting kids. And then you got all these damn toys. Okay, this is for adults. But whatever happens, happens. Here's it's my opinion, so that means it means nothing. But you can't help what happens outside of. You can only control what you can control. What they can control is the TV tapings, the bookings, the airline tickets. That's it. They can't control individually each person. If you got like 100 characters, you got 100 wrestlers, somebody's gonna fuck up. You just don't know which one.
True characters. True characters. Yeah. In the ring and out of the ring.
Yes. Because it's not everybody that wants to go live their life being thrown around up in the air and dropped from 15 feet in the air. Not everybody in life wants to do that. It's going to take a special person.
Takes a special person to want to get into the industry, as much as we love it. It is a unique form of...
it ain't like being a teacher or...
action, excitement.
Yeah, 9 to 5-er.
Adventure, simulated violence.
You know what? We simulated hell. Come late night, and they ain't simulated.
Yeah. Well, Jake the Snake Roberts had a few months to rest and recuperate, apparently. Yeah. And in came probably one of the biggest free agent signings of 1989. Dusty Rhodes made his return to the World Wrestling Federation. Not as the American Dream, but he was the common man.
Yeah,
what was that now?
He was a plumber or something.
He was doing a little of everything.
Yellow polka dots. It was so funny, man. We were flying up to Nova Scotia. And Nova Scotia is the only place on earth that I know. There might be others I don't know of. But there's a half-hour time zone. You know, you got the Eastern, you got the Central, Mountain. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Up there is a half-hour time zone. And we were going up there at 5 a.m. There used to be a commercial about the Army. We do more before 9 a.m. than everybody does all day. And we were thinking, that's not good. That's not something we want to brag about. But we did. We're on a flight at 5 in the morning going up to Nova Scotia, connected somewhere. Yeah, that's a damn job. And then you head on up there. You do all that just to get to go to work. Now you got to go to work after all that shit. But Dusty Rhodes. Dusty was, we were sitting together. Marty, pissed it away, Daddy. Pissed it away. I'm like, what would you piss away, bro? Boy, I made so much money in my day. Pissed it all away, Daddy. I pissed it all away. I partied. I did all the good life. I did all the good things. And I ain't got nothing to show for it now but a black girl with yellow polka dots along with me. Pissed it away, Daddy. The whole damn flight. Pissed it away.
He didn't like being paired with Sapphire.
No, he liked Sapphire, but he was just, making a point that he was the American dream at one point. Now he's in yellow polka dots, and his manager or manageress, or what they call, is that she was, and
His
she was
valet.
She was with that word you use a lot, or that term, ring rat.
Sapphire was a rat, really? Oh,
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yep, and they threw a damn tight spandex suit on her. She was kind of, I love her. She died too, that.
Yeah, way back.
Yeah, yeah, everybody's dead. But, they took I don't call her a ring rat. I mean, we loved her so much, and she loved us. Everybody loved each other. But she was she was a fan, a girl. But they put a spandex on her, and she was a little bit chunky, a little bit.
A little.
She did that character, or she did her gimmick well.
To me, watching as a kid, I bought it.
You
that
was a
she
kid
was
during that?
I was a super fan.
Oh
that she
my
was
God,
some
you're
super
young.
fan. That's how she was introduced, sitting in the front row during Dusty's matches, cheering him on. But did Sapphire ever try and service you in St. Louis?
No, we were friends.
No, you were good friends.
Now, she set me up with a couple white girls.
Did she?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
St. Louis.
she helped the cause.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, she's kind of the middle woman, so to speak, in
I helped
between.
her out with, I ain't gonna say who.
What did you help her out with?
One of the guys.
Who did Sapphire make love to in the World Wrestling
I don't know if she made
Federation?
love.
Well, who did she become friendly with, would you say?
Tommy Rogers.
Tommy Rogers.
One of
When
my
was he
tag
in the
team partners.
WWF?
Huh?
When was he in the WWF?
No. This
Oh,
was
this
when,
is before
yeah,
WWF.
St. Louis.
No, you're talking
NWA.
Tommy Rogers of the Fantastics?
No, my partner, Tommy Rogers. We were the Uptown Boys.
The Uptown Boys.
Yeah.
And
Don't make-
Sapphire
don't-
went downtown.
Yeah, when we'd go to St. Louis. She was based out of St. Louis.
Yeah, maybe a big fan of Sam Mushnick, for all you know.
Sam was there.
With Sapphire.
How do you know about that?
With Sapphire?
Oh no.
all right.
No, he was a promoter. You always trying to start something. How'd that Michael Jackson
what a
song?
visual
You always
that
starting
would be.
something. Want to
Sam
be starting something.
Sam Mushnick and Sapphire together. What a visual.
That would have been. That would have been.
Now, any idea?
Sam was pretty good. Though.
I know it's a little later on in 1989, but where she's come up now. Do you have any idea how she came to be from being, a super fan that engaged with the guys after the events to being welcomed into the fraternity as
No, I don't
Dusty's
know.
valet?
No, it was a surprise. Like, how
Were
the
you
fuck
shocked?
that happened?
Were you surprised?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was like, how the fuck that happened?
Do you think that any of the boys...
Pissed it away, Daddy. Pissed it all away.
Do you think any of the boys that had worked in the NWA held a little resentment towards seeing Dusty come in? Maybe they weren't-
Hawk, Road Warrior Hawk, Mike, his name is
Hawk?
Mike.
Yeah.
Oh boy, he wanted to beat his ass because Dusty was the booker down there in NWA, and evidently a lot of people didn't like the way he booked. And I remember Hawk, me and Hawk were good friends, and Hawk was, Marty, I'm gonna go ahead and kick his ass. I'm like, no man, don't do that. Fuck that motherfucker. And then he said, Dusty took a shower, and he's got like a pancake ass. And he goes, look at his fucking ass. It looks like two dungeon doors coming together. I'm going to go kick him right between the doors. But, a lot of them didn't like him. That's why he hung out with me, because I didn't care. I liked him. He didn't do nothing wrong to me. And we would sit there, remember we talked about this, play football. The little paper.
Oh, right, yeah, I do remember you telling that story.
Yeah, we'd sit there and
Way
play
back,
football and play cards. Because nobody else would have nothing to do with him. They didn't like him because he was a booker in NWA or NWA.
Was he ribbed at all?
I'm sure he was.
Other than the gimmick?
The guys kind of left him alone because the guys liked me, and they saw me, buddying up with him. And I wasn't kissing ass. I mean, for what? What? But
What about Arn and Tully? They were pretty much.
I don't remember if they liked him or not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't remember either way?
Yeah, I don't want to say something I don't know. But I know Hulk didn't like him, and Animal didn't like him, and a bunch of the guys that had been down there in W. I don't want to say no more names. I don't want nobody to get mad at him.
Well, you're talking about just someone's personal opinion of the man. I don't think that's...
Well, they didn't like him.
They didn't like him?
At all.
Most of the guys
they all
that
wanted to
worked
beat
with
his
him?
ass. That's why he stayed with me. We'd find a table outside the dressing room and play paper football where you thump it and you try to get the football to hang off the edge. That's the touchdown, and all that shit.
Did Dusty ever have any negative encounters that you knew of?
With who?
With anybody?
Me?
No, Dusty.
You mean
Did
like
he ever have conflict with any of the
somebody
guys?
Gonna stroke him up?
Yeah.
No.
Or even a verbal confrontation? No.
No, I saw. I mean, there might have been, but I didn't see it. The closest I see was Hulk. I'm gonna kick him right between them dungeon door asses. He said his ass is so flat it looked like two dungeon doors slapping together. I'm gonna kick him right between the dungeon doors.
Were you guys kind of surprised to see someone of Dusty's stature, where he had been, beyond a wrestler in the NWA to come to the World Wrestling Federation?
Yes.
You were surprised by that?
Yeah, well, when they did him like that, put him in the damn yellow polka dots, yeah, we were like, God damn, that's Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream. One time he was in New Orleans. I may have told y'all this before. And this is way back before I even got into wrestling, but we heard all about it. And he got hustled. You drift off Bourbon Street, you're getting in. I lived there.
Yeah. You get the Saints, you get to prove it down, not the mic.
Yeah, and you go off Bourbon Street, you're getting in trouble. Because those aren't the people that they know that you done fucked up and took a wrong turn. And he drifted off Bourbon by accident. And then, some dude came up to him and told him, made a bet with him. He said, I bet you I know where you got those shoes. And Dusty was like, oh, you don't know where I got these shoes? Let's bet. He said, all right, where I got these shoes? He goes, you got them right here on whatever street it was. Bourbon wouldn't say Bourbon Street. You got them right here on Bourbon Street right now. And
keep going.
And what we got? 1 minute?
No. You keep rolling around.
Okay.
Let me worry about that crazy.
So Dusty didn't want to pay him, because it was a hustle. You
Right,
got him right here on Bourbon Street. He's talking about right here, right now. And Dusty didn't want to pay him. And he goes, oh, you go give me them shoes. You go and pay me. And Dusty says, do you know who I am? I'm Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream. The guy said, all right, Dream, give me the fucking shoes, though. Yeah.
And did he pay up?
I guess he had to.
Really?
Yeah.
Dusty was in danger.
I wasn't there, but yeah.
Well,
I know where you got them shoes. You got them on Bourbon Street right now, mother.
Those vignettes were very memorable. He was a garbage man. He was a plumber.
Yeah.
He ran a butcher.
The common man.
Yeah, he ran a butcher shop, and one of the lines he used was, "You
Here's what I respect
can't
you.
beat my prices, but you can beat my
meat." Yeah,
that was a good one.
We had one with Bert in town. One thing just like Terry Taylor did with the Red Rooster, they didn't want that gimmick, man. They were being ribbed.
Yeah.
But they made it work. He made that damn common man thing. He got over with it. Yellow polka dots. Well, I mean, nobody else would have done that much.
Well, you know what? Fair point. But I think his entire run as a whole wasn't all that successful. His run as a whole.
Oh.
I wouldn't call it a great success, but those vignettes.
Well, how you gonna be successful? You going out there with yellow polka dots?
Well, he was the common man.
He's just a common man.
They put him in there with all the top guys.
He went from the American Dream to just a common man.
And you think he resented it, at least on that one flight up to Nova Scotia?
Pissed it away, Daddy. Pissed it all away. Ric Flair thought he was limousine driving, flying, and all that. I had all that, but I pissed it away, Daddy.
Do you think maybe, let's play devil's advocate, anyone in the office said maybe this is a way to freshen Dusty up, make him a little more fun?
No.
Do you think it was just malicious? Yeah. All right, well. All right, wrestling fans.
They did that to Harley with the King. I told you about that with that big ass crown.
Again, he had a pretty good run. At least he was used. Well, I mean, Dusty was used well too. But
he told me and Sean, because he was always like, "I am the real 7 times real world champion, not that Hollywood shit up there where Hulk Hogan's at." And he resented. He hated it. The minute they called him, I'll be there.
Well, he did pass up an opportunity to really screw the NWA over in 1983 when Vince had a private meeting with him right before the first Starrcade, and he wanted him to jump ship. Holly discussed it when he was here in studio.
Oh, really?
Yeah. McMahon wanted him to leave the NWA, no-show Starrcade, and come to the WWF and lose the title to Hogan when Hogan came in just a couple of months later in January of 1984, which would have really rewritten wrestling history to some extent. But Holly, he went to Starrcade, he did the job, and the rest is history, so to speak.
You're saying Holly.
The King.
Like Bob Holly.
I liked Harley.
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 All right.
Harley.
Yo, Harley. Wait. So Harley, me and Sean were there. We got there first, and then he comes in, and we were like, here he is. He hated all this. We sat down and ate at catering. The same place where Butch shot his teeth out.
Yep.
We're sitting in there and we sit with him because he was really good to me. He got me in Japan in my first year in the business. At that time, the only rookie to ever get over to Japan. I mean, it was because of him. He took me under his wing. But so we were sitting there like, Harley, what happened? You hated this place. He goes, we sold out Madison Square Gardens in record time. It sold out in one day. They didn't come to see Hogan. He had been there before.
And I'll tell you that, those two had a really good run.
Yeah.
I don't know if they quite sold out, but they almost sold out the Boston Garden back-to-back months in May and June of '87. So, yeah, they had a really good run.
You were 11 years old?
In '87, no. I would have been 6 at that point because my birthday's in September.
You're so young.
But anyway, right now, wrestling fans, we've talked a little bit about the introduction of the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, into the World Wrestling Federation. We're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders with Party with Marty. Stand by.
And give me a tooth.
Get him a tooth.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon. But we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by 2-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. As always, we implore you, if you're watching live during the premiere, chatting away with us, the Super Chat is always open for business. A nice tip will help keep the lights on, tip the bartender for the entertainment. The eBay store is open 24/7 with the link in the description box below. And, of course, our world-renowned Patreon service, where you can help keep the wrestling legends working at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Back to 1989.
Wait, let me show you something. Y'all look here, man, because I just had ankle surgery.
Here we
look
go.
how bloated. Look, when I pull my sock down. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Y'all see that? Man, damn. Deformity. Okay, back
Do you
to
think Annie's tongue ever got deformed?
You are stuck on Annie. He loves ass-eating Annie.
Annie was stuck several times, but that's a different story for a different time.
What do you think she would do for tongue swirl at one time?
She have quite a lisp.
I got to tell y'all something.
I guess it's the individual's office that she came out of.
I went out of my way to get a flip tooth made because I'm going to get the one that they drill up in your jaw, the permanent.
The expensive one.
Yeah, yes, it is expensive. Well, for me it is. But I got a flip too, because it was like $500, $700, I think it was. And you put it in and you can take it out, whatever. And I went out of my way. They didn't put it in, make it quite right, so food would get underneath. And if you're eating in public, it might pop out. Or if you take a bite of an apple and pull the apple out, your teeth are still, your tooth, it's one tooth. You want to paper up? And I left the motherfucker at home. I finally got a damn thing. I was so glad, man. And we're doing like 15 weeks worth, so this means until summer, I'm wearing this damn summer tooth, this damn tooth, paper tooth. I was so
The
ill
life
prepared.
and times of Marty Jannetty.
I was so ill prepared on this one.
Well, unbelievable.
I
All
didn't
right.
even bring a toothbrush.
I hope you got one by this point.
Maria got me one.
Maria, well,
Yeah.
she got you more than a toothbrush.
Stop it.
She did a little brushing.
Ah, there you go.
All right. Back to 1989 wrestling fans.
You know, she's young.
How old is she?
I was hoping 27.
Not quite.
She might be younger.
All right. Well,
Not much.
I've yet to see her without the mask, so I don't know.
Yeah, she's
like a
little
luchador
man. Have
to
you ever
me.
seen how small she's?
Very, well, compared to me, much shorter.
5'1" or 5'2".
Yeah.
Beautiful girl. Beautiful, like Lebanese or something. What would you say she is?
I can't tell with the mask.
Well,
It's almost like a game show at this point. I think people
or a
would.
masked singer.
I think individuals would be more impressed checking in with her than they would have either Annie or Gina at their hotels. But
Yeah, but I don't think she'll look ass.
beauty is in the eye of the beholder, I guess, right?
It's according to who the beholder is.
That's right. All right. All right, back to 1989 wrestling fans. In the spring, it was promoted beyond belief. Oh, that phone. More than some pay-per-views. The movie
He
known,
gave my number out on TV the other day.
the movie
That was it. That was
known as No Holds Barred.
That was Australia.
Good.
You want
Your memories, your thoughts on No,
No
Holds
Holds Barred.
Barred.
Oh, that was with, what's his
the
name?
WWF finance.
The guy that died, he just died.
That's why we didn't mention him on our the last tributes episode.
Debo,
we
remember
did.
Debo from the movie
Tiny
Friday?
Lister.
Tiny Lister, yeah. I loved him, man. He was so good to me.
He was good to you.
Yeah, he took me places the white boys couldn't go in L.A.
Yeah.
One
Now,
of
was
them
this as Zeus or
No, this was as me and him hanging out afterwards.
after his run in wrestling?
No, after the show.
Oh, after the shows.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There was a thing in L.A. called the Black Playboy Club, and you only got there by invitation. And you know, he of course he was, you know, him, Magic Johnson, Eddie Murphy, Arsenio Hall. Those are the ones I remember. There was, you know, there was other people there too, but I knew them, you know, pretty well. And you know, and that particular, I wasn't the only white person. There was white girls there, but I was the only white boy there. But you know, it was pretty cool. I saw some things, and I will not say anything about seeing Magic Johnson going in and out of rooms with like 5 different girls in the hour I was there. I won't bring nothing up like that, because that was kind of a, you know, it was a private.
Well, it didn't go well for Magic Johnson.
Yeah, and then when he come up, if y'all remember, he came up with like he had AIDS or some shit. And I'm sitting there going, shit, he was with 5 girls the one night I was there. And that was just one night.
It really was a Magic Johnson.
Yeah, well, the girls would go in there all freshened up, looking good, and then they'd come out, their hair would be all like this.
Did you ever have a
But I can't tell. I can't tell y'all that.
Did you ever have a chance to see the movie?
What movie?
No Holds Barred.
I know. You know, I never saw
You've
that.
still never seen it to this
Is
day,
it
really?
good?
I bet it would hold your interest. Just where you know so many of the guys in it.
Oh, they had a lot of boys in it?
Oh yeah, they had
Oh,
little
okay.
cameos in it.
Well, I'll go look at it on YouTube tonight.
Oh, I'm sure it's easily accessible. It's not it certainly wasn't up for an Oscar award or anything like that.
How would Tony Atlas call me a racist? Yet the people that count, well, he counts, of course. But like him, take me to the Black Playboy Club and everybody in there loved me.
I'm going to
They
ask
were
Tony
black.
if he's
How the
ever
fuck
been.
am I a racist, Tony? Stop that bullshit. I'm gonna love you anyway, but that's bullshit. Don't do it again.
That's how you respond to something like that, with love.
Yeah.
Give him a little, maybe he needs a little more love.
He needs a hug.
He needs a hug.
Somebody needs to hug Tony. Tony, hug yourself and nobody will hug you.
Well, he's up there on Millionaires Boulevard in Auburn, Maine, spending his $206 he made
know
from
that's first
WWE
place
last year.
Me and Sean ever saw a girl get raped. Like
Was
actually
Auburn,
saw it.
Maine?
I don't know if it was that part of Maine, but
Oh.
it was in Maine. It was in Bangor.
You
Bangor.
saw someone get raped?
A girl, yeah, a girl.
By who?
A couple brothers. It was a
Wrestling
white
people?
girl. Yeah, and the thing was, it was a fence. We was going to the hotel where we was going to stay. It was a brick wall about this high, and a fence on top of that because it wasn't a very good neighborhood, I guess. And they were trying to keep people out. But we heard this girl screaming. You know, we're like, what the fuck? And we go, and we're looking, and we're seeing it, and there's nothing we could do. I mean, we couldn't get over the fence to get over there in time. You know, we were running inside to, call the police, but it was too late. But that was.
How did you know who it was?
We didn't know who it was. It was just a girl. It was a couple black dudes. It was a white.
Oh! I thought you meant a brother as far as one of the wrestlers.
Oh
goes.
no! This was street. It was street.
No, these were people. Oh,
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
the average
but that's the
citizens,
only
they
place
weren't in
we
the
ever seen
wrestling
anything
business.
like that. And I thought,
Really?
Maine is a sorry ass place. I'm sorry for y'all in Maine, but that was a hard thing to see. And you couldn't do nothing because the fence, you couldn't. You climb over the fence and they had the damn shit shooting out, which we know how to do that. You take a piece of a rug or even a blanket, and you throw over that and you crawl over it. It won't cut you, But we didn't have none of that, and so we were like, hurry up and get inside and tell them to call the cops.
Is that what you did?
Yeah.
Now
And they came there, but it was way too late.
what time frame were you looking at? Yeah, any idea?
89, 88, 89, 90.
Early on,
Yeah.
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 That's horrible. Horrible thing to see.
It really was because she was screaming so loud. And nobody was helping on the other side of the fence. But we didn't see no other people, but she was screaming so loud, and we were like, nobody's helping. We can't do nothing. The only thing we could do is go in the hotel, call the police. Hurry up,
Oh, this
call the
was
police.
near the hotel, not the arena.
The hotel we
okay.
were staying at. Yeah. But it was evidently a bad neighborhood.
Well,
But I've never seen that before. I've seen a lot of things that wasn't one of them.
You don't
And
think
until then I saw it.
You don't think of too many bad areas in Maine.
I do.
It's not certainly. It's not a state known for its danger.
I mean, I don't get to go see all the good areas of Maine. We just went to
Yeah.
Portland and Bangor. That was the only places.
Augusta sometimes.
Yes. And that's it.
In Bangor, as a trivia note, that was the first city and only city that Vince McMahon Sr. gave to Vince McMahon Jr. to promote, to try and see if he could
started
be
with
successful.
garbage. He gave him garbage. Here, take this nothing town.
Well, yeah,
Oh, I'm so
exactly,
sorry,
right.
Bangor people. I got a couple girlfriends there. I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to call it
Well,
nothing.
it wasn't a city that was doing great business, and I guess
Ain't
the
doing
local
great nothing.
promoter, the local promoter,
the word great
had
don't fit nowhere near it.
nothing to do with, I don't know if he left the business or whatever the circumstances might be, but in the 70s, Vince McMahon Sr. gave that city to the Vince McMahon we all know in 2021
Right.
and said, here, see what you can do with it.
Vince promoted Evel Knievel shooting over the
Yeah,
Canyon River.
yeah.
That was a pretty good thing, even though it didn't go right.
Yeah.
But that's pretty big, because he was younger. He was,
Yeah, younger guy. He always had ambition, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
At
and
least-
I think he's done great. I like him to death. I know a lot of my friends get mad. When I say my friends, my wrestling friends, get mad at me because they don't like him. Here's the thing, man. Y'all take it too personal. Vince is a businessman. He's not your damn friend. He's not your damn friend. He's your boss. And he's business. Everybody, if they don't get the push they want, he's a dick. No, he's doing business. You know what he told me one time? He goes, Marty, the way it works is I sprinkle some seeds here, I sprinkle some seeds there, and whichever where it grows, that's where I focus. Yeah.
So it's not like he didn't have logic to what he was trying to do.
Yes. I mean, if it ain't working, you can sprinkle more seeds, but it ain't working.
Not everybody.
You go over here where it's growing. I learned so much from that man.
Not everybody is going to be a main eventer in every place they go. Some guys aren't just meant to be main eventers in wrestling.
Yeah, you can't.
Some people just have the talent to be an enhancement talent or a
Kevin
mid-card
Nash
talent.
said something one time that befitting. And he was talking about, cool. Somebody was cool. I forget who it was, but he goes, you can't teach cool. And, he went as Big Daddy Cool.
Big Daddy
I
Cool.
love you, Kevin. Kevin thought he's like the coolest fucking thing on earth.
Him and I used to have some very interesting late night conversations.
You told me you wasn't gay.
What's that?
You said you wasn't gay.
Conversations.
Oh.
Where he would be enjoying some wine during these
He
conversations
loves his
late
wine.
at night. And just what a very
does love
intelligent,
his wine.
smart human
He
being.
is, yes.
Him and I were both involved in this con group where the guy in charge of it wound up going to jail. That he was, I'm going national and so on. And I was put in the position of trying to recruit the talent, which was a great position to be in once it imploded, and all the venues didn't get paid, and all the talent that got booked never got airline tickets.
Did it really implode? Can you spell implode?
D-A-N in that situation. But it was the worst wrestling situation I've been in. I worked on it for months.
Well, what
and
y'all
months.
talk about on the phone all night?
Well, because one of my this imbecile, his idea was, we're going to
Which imbecile? Wait a minute.
The guy that was going to operate this dog shit, his idea was, we're going to run these events for free, and we're going to fill them using all independent talent that no one has ever heard of before.
You can make anybody, though. If you got the
I
power
looked at it
of
like
TV.
this, though. I said, you know what? If you have the right advertising, if you work with the right nonprofit groups with kids,
Yeah.
you might have a chance if it's for free.
If you got TV, you got a chance.
Well, he claimed he was working on TV. My thought process was, he liked my ideas, and once we get to that point where I was involved, they said, okay, if you're going to work with a dozen different kids charities in that metropolitan area, you could probably, get it. This was, in the beginning, it was primarily in the Carolinas. You can fill one of those 6,000 or 7,000 seats arena. It's free. Those kids would die to go to something like that. But here's the way you could make some money off of it. Wrestling fans are going to come too. Right. Bring in some people with some name value, and you do the autographs, you do the post photos and things like that.
Yeah.
And one thing he was high on was he wanted to have Hall Nash and X-Pac together to do like the NWO trio and so on. And so I reached out to Kevin, and I'd reached out to X-Pac. I really don't know Scott Hall all that well.
He's all right.
And just, the conversations him and I had late at night, just so very insightful. What a smart human being Kevin Nash is.
Really
I
is.
think he'd be great for the pricey, but he'd be great for the studio.
Oh, Kevin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it would be good conversation.
Yeah. Oh, he's intelligent. So.
Yeah. You weren't going to get one by on him, and I like that.
No, he's
and he
sharp,
was a
man.
straight shooter.
Yeah, because he ain't worried about shit. What you gonna do about it?
You want to know? You want to know who the worst one to deal with was?
Virgil.
No, there was no part of Virgil. But before I got involved, this guy named his 3 agents, the Rock and Roll Express in Leon, Vader. Oh,
Vader.
Vader.
I love him.
Every time there was a problem leading up to the launch of this promotion, who do you think Leon would call because he knew him?
Kevin?
No, not Kevin. Me. He was calling me daily sometimes.
That means you daddy.
And he would just complain and complain.
Yeah, but he trusted you.
And complain.
No, he had faith in you.
And you know what? But and Bob Hawley I had my guys that I wanted to get in. And I like Bob Hawley an awful lot.
Me too.
Think as a player coach, have him get in the ring and work from time to time. And I think he has the right attitude to try and teach the business. You can say, oh, what about what he did on Tough? You don't think so?
I know him pretty good, man.
Yeah.
We tagged for a while. He first started as Sparky T-Plug or something.
But why do you think I was wrong?
Bob is, I love you, Bob, and you know that. And I'll see you again somewhere. Hopefully you ain't going to try to punch me because I can duck and dodge. Bob was about Bob. I tried to help him so much. We tagged together, and evidently he improved. Like when he was tagging, we remember Springboard.
Yeah.
But I told Bob, he was we rode together a lot, and a lot. And then he was wanting to, he was going singles. We were, going individual. And he wanted to do his own thing. And he wanted to, do some kind of storyline that meant something. So I said, well, this is the perfect time because Bret Hart had gone out and knocked near Jerry Nadeau was running the WCW car in NASCAR. I think it was number 29, but it was a WCW car. And that's what Bob Holly did. He was a race car, and everybody knew that. That's why this Sparky T-Plug and then Bob Holly. You know. So I said, perfect. He's just put down WCW. We don't race cars. We do all. Take your ass out there to the ring right after he does that and say, hey, I'm a race car driver. And, you know, we go from there. You know, something along the line, you insulted me by insulting a race car driver. And Bob looked at me and goes, yeah, but Brett's not a champion now. I was like, God damn.
He was really shooting high then, if that's the case.
I was like, why am I trying to help you? You're not the champion either.
But I remember
you just got through tag teaming with me. We mid-card. And you want to fucking, I don't only want to do a storyline with the world champion. Nah.
What I found amusing was, Bob and I talked about this promotion that was to be in Leon's involvement. He said, if I hear him bitching, I will not hesitate to kick the fuck out of him. Bob said that about Leon.
About Leon?
Yeah.
Bob will go now.
He hated Leon.
He will go, but Leon ain't one to fuck with.
Well, it never wound up happening.
Paul Orndorff took him down, though.
I've heard that from various people in this studio, various different descriptions on how poor Paul in his shower shoes had to physically humble, not the chic way, but physically humble Leon.
Took him right down.
I'm
Leon, I love Leon. But
I'm glad Paul's a friend.
Leon is, he was a little...
He was difficult.
Yeah. He was miserable.
Huh?
He was miserable.
He was. I don't know if it was because, as Paul Bear... What's that?
Pain. He was in a lot of pain.
Well...
Pain with me, you know
I
that.
know.
I know that.
I know.
Y'all there at home that hurt, pain makes you a miserable motherfucker. You know, it's when you're hurting all the time, it's hard to smile.
Paul Bearer thought that the issue was, he was kind of, when you're in the NFL, you're babied a bit. You have everything taken care of.
Well, no, you know you're a badass.
And then when you're in Japan, you bust around and so on and so forth. And where he was a top guy, he was taken to spas and things like that. And it was very different for him in WWF, and that's why...
AWA. Let me tell you what happened one time.
Yeah.
I'll tell y'all too.
Was he ripe?
Well, yeah, Kurt Hennig was driving, Mr. Perk was driving, Sean was up front. I'm in the back with Leon, Leon, we call him Baby Bull White, because that was his gimmick. And Scott Ledoux, who was the actual pro boxer.
Oh.
He fought 8 world champions. He almost
I've never even heard of him.
Norton. He almost beat Norton, Ken
Norton.
Wow. Yeah, he got him, he knocked him on the ropes with the bell rang. If it wouldn't have been for the bell, he would have been the world champion. But he fought 8 world, he was pretty good, Scott Ledoux. And he was a special guest referee up there. He was a bad boy. And so was Leon. And we did a show, and we're getting in, Kurt Hennig had like the Bronco that OJ was running away with, the white Bronco. Kurt had one of those. I get in the back seat between the two of them. They're cussing at each other. Well, fuck you. No, Scott says, you sign shit for little kids, God damn it. And Leon saying, fuck you, bitch, you don't tell me what. I'm in the middle. But these two badasses, right? And I'm like, and Kurt Hennig goes, Marty, what do you think? Who's right? Oh, shut up, Kurt. Kurt was stirring the shit up. Who do you think's right, Marty? Shut up, Kurt, goddammit.
Sounds like something I'd do.
Yeah.
Back then, did Leon stink as much as he would go on to in future times?
Stink?
Yeah, well, they said many would call him, instead of Leon White, they'd call him Leon Ripe.
I never smelled him.
Well, you sat next to him.
It
was moderate at that point?
No, he might have taken a shower.
Well, maybe that was before he had the mask.
Let me tell you all this. This was the best part. That happened. I'm telling Kurt, shut the fuck up, Kurt. And I'm telling them, I'm like, guys, stop. Because Leon's saying, you got your ass beat every time you got to fight a world champion. He goes, you ain't do shit in the NFL. I'm like, God damn. I'm in the middle of it. But guys, stop it. Knock it off. Knock it off. Knock it off. I'm in the middle. If them punches come and accidentally miss. But the next day, we wrestled, I don't know, Kenosha, Wisconsin or something like that. And Kurt Hennig took a lock, got their bags, and locked them together. And one of them had a Gucci bag, one had a GV or whatever the fuck it was. Nice bags. they didn't want to cut the strap. So they had to walk together.
Oh, that's great.
Yep.
That's a great one. Hand in hand, they had to leave the building.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
After almost wanting to stroke each other up the night before. Kurt was the best, man.
You know, from all the stories I've heard, this is someone I think I really would have got to enjoy knowing
Kurt,
if he was still around.
He was a man's man.
And I've told you.
He's another one that didn't really mess around with the women. He loved home. He loved his wife. He loved his kids. You know, girls liked him, but he would cut up and talk, but I never saw him mess around. It was just so rare, you know.
His mother is one of the nicest human beings I've ever met.
I don't think I've met her.
And
I met Axe,
it
of course.
was the weekend of the WrestleMania in New Orleans, just a few months before he passed.
New Orleans?
And we had to, you know, we brought Larry in, but because he was starting to fail a bit, the only way he could do it was if Irene came with him. And I mean, it was just like, his woman.
Okay. Yeah.
If you wanted to cast a woman as Santa Claus's wife in a movie, that would be her. She was just such a nice human being.
I did meet, I forgot. When you said her name, Irene.
And I think I've mentioned it before on this, or maybe a talk show with one of the other legends, but I think it was with the Nasty Boys, as a matter of fact, because so many of the guys came over, you know, and they sat with them and they talked with them. And, you know, I remember the Nasty Boys did, Demolition did, X-Pac did. I remember Sean Mooney came over, and Larry.
Oh, Sean.
I don't think Larry understood what Sean was trying to say, and he was trying to sell him an 8x10 picture.
For real?
He was trying to sell Sean Mooney an 8x10 picture of him and Kurt together, which and that's what I mean. He was starting to slip a little.
Well, you know, Axe was with Harley.
Oh yeah.
When
in the late '60s, early '70s.
That, you know, the car, or was it a car crash or a plane crash? Patsy Cline, the singer.
What about it?
Well, she was on the side of the road, and her body got severed. And Harley, and then were the first, Harley and Axe, they were the first ones up on her.
I'm not familiar with the story. I know I've heard of Patsy Cline, the singer, but
that's
explain.
Why I'm telling you.
So explain what happened to Patsy Cline?
She was it was either, I don't know what kind of wreck it was. Y'all might know at home. I don't know if it was a plane crash or a car crash, but she ended up out in the field, and I think it sliced her body. I don't know if it was all in half. But Harley and Axe were the first people up on it.
Really?
And Harley knew who it was, you know.
That's Patsy Cline.
No, here's what he did. He walked out there, and he looked it up. Axe, he goes, "Do you want to fuck a star? She's still warm."
Oh, only in the world of professional wrestling would anyone laugh at that.
You didn't know about that?
I didn't even know anything happened to Patsy Cline.
That's known.
Well,
I mean, I didn't ever know Patsy Cline because I guess she was ahead of my time.
It's way ahead of my time then.
Yeah.
But I've heard of the name, yeah.
Yeah, she was pretty, I guess she was pretty good.
And she wound up dying in that accident?
Her body was cut in half. Right?
Well, you said not fully, I don't know.
Well, I didn't know, I wasn't there, but they said the body was like it severed. Harley said, "Do you want to fuck a star? She's still warm."
Wrestling fans, unbelievable. Again, right now, let's take a moment to digest that. I guess Patsy really couldn't digest anything at that point. We're going to take a brief
come on, man, damn.
We're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty after this brief time out. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Wrestling fans, we were having so much fun on Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty that we didn't even realize how much time had elapsed. Don't worry, we'll be back next Thursday night at 10 p.m. with another all-new Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty Jannetty as his sex, drugs, and rock and roll no-holds-barred look at the World Wrestling Federation in the 80s and 90s continues. Again, if you enjoyed tonight's show, give us some thoughts in the Premier Chat box. Don't forget the Super Chat button is open. Don't forget to tip the bartender so we can keep the lights on. If you're watching after the premiere, leave some thoughts in the comments section below. Don't forget you can help the cause to try and get some new eyeballs on the show. Of the millions of fans that don't know we exist, we are trying to reach them. Share the links across Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites, whatever the platform may be. We're always happy to add to the friendship. Don't forget, the nightlife may have been killed by coronavirus, but the eBay store is not. Hit the link in the description box below. We've got great wrestling merchandise with superstars from every era available. And of course, if you don't want to just be a fan, if you don't want to just be a friend, if you want to join the family, the world-renowned Patreon streaming service is available for just a couple bucks. You get early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders. You get access to our acclaimed Studio Shoot Interview DVD library, as seen by millions online, millions around the world on The Howard Stern Show. You get Patreon-exclusive content, perks, and you have the knowledge that you, yes, you, are helping keep wrestling legends working during these unprecedented times. You can join the fun over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marotti. We will see you next Thursday night, 10 p.m. Don't forget, tomorrow night, after SmackDown concludes at 10 p.m. Eastern, we'll be joined by John Cena Sr. for a brand new Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Good night. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Met Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Saturday, April the 29th, 1989. In the opening contest, Greg the Hammer Valentine beat the Blue Blazer. The Red Rooster with the win over the Brooklyn Brawler. WWF Tag Team Champions Demolition retained the titles over the Twin Towers via disqualification. Brutus the Barber Beefcake defeated Bad News Brown. Rick Martel victorious over Tito Santana. The Honky Tonk Man beat Hillbilly Jim. And in the main event, the Ultimate Warrior battled WWF Intercontinental Champion Ravishing Rick Rude to a double count-out. If you were in Minneapolis live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the link in the description box to keep wrestling legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed Studio Shoot Interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Loomis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. New Jack isn't the only superstar joining us in May, fans. We have a doubleheader Saturday, May the 22nd, Sunday, May the 23rd. Howard Miller is already packing his sleeping bag for this one. It's Demolition Axe, the masked superstar. He was unable to join us in Tampa due to a Clark Griswold-like a family adventure, but beyond excited to have him with us for 2 days this month. A Demolition Smash signed a variety of 8x10 photos for us in Tampa that Axe can also sign and personalize to you while giving you a shout-out live on the air. It's going to be a great weekend. Up next, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Friday. The former Raw main eventer shoots from the hip with his thoughts on the post-WrestleMania WWE releases. What do you think about that list? Check it out.
All right, wrestling fans, another wild night at the brand new Thunderdome in the University of South Florida campus, I believe. New look. I kind of like the new stage where they now have the TVs on the stage as the guys and gals head towards the ring. Johnny, you never know what to expect Friday night on Fox.
It's going to be wild. It's going to be fun.
Well, you talk about wild. I don't know how fun it was, but all of the post-WrestleMania releases that exploded almost as we finished taping. It seems like every time we finish taping, there's some big news that happens that day. We had the big show, which literally was in my email inbox.
Bingo, gone.
The day you walked out the door.
Yeah, I get an email.
All the releases that happened with WWE. Some names that were surprising, some names maybe not so surprising. As usual, we try and break it down, so to speak, like DX did back in the late 90s and mid-2000s. But probably from a star power point of view, Samoa Joe exits WWE after a 6-year run.
Wow. I got to tell you something. I watched Samoa Joe together with John at UPW. That man is an outstanding athlete. I have no idea why they released him. It might just be that the writers, once again, have no idea what to do with this man. I mean, they would have been a great guy to come back from the islands and challenge the tribal chief. Would have been a great show. I don't know what's going on anymore. Samoa Joe, in my opinion, best in the business. In my opinion, great loss to WWE.
Well, I'll say this, Johnny. I was very disappointed as far as the soundtrack to Monday Night Raw. I thought he had turned into a very good color commentator, as someone with credibility that had actually competed in a professional wrestling ring, that could describe more articulately and with more, again, authenticity what it was that the viewer was seeing, as opposed to a lot of the commentators that WWE parades in and out of the company at different times that do not have such credibility.
I agree. I think he added a lot of credibility to it. He was on the button. He knew what was going on. And when he was involved in storylines doing the same thing, it was awesome. Like I say, I'd have brought him back as a Samoan giant or whatever, put him up against the tribal chief, and let's get a storyline going and let's make it work.
I think Joe and Roman over the Universal Championship on SmackDown would have been a good one. I tend to agree with you.
Well,
do you think, you know, he had a concussion back in 2020, which is what led to the move to him to join the broadcast booth. He was apparently cleared to return to the squared circle. Do you think maybe it was because Joe was getting a little long in the tooth? He's got a couple of years on yours truly.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So he's 27.
Yeah.
You know what? I look at Daniel Bryan, who had a lot of concussions. He's cleared. He's back. He's getting a little long in the tube, too. There's a lot of the talent that you really got to look at now and say, how much longer do you have to go? How much longer can you go that full 150%? I think Joe had a lot left in him. Maybe his weight was against him. Maybe Vince didn't like that. Maybe somebody didn't think they could use it. But I'm telling you, we looked at Afransica, those Samoan guys, they had a lot going for them. I think it would have been a great, great storyline with Joe against the tribal chief. I'm telling you, it would have been a great deal.
No, I agree with you on that one. I didn't really think in that direction, but especially at a time where there's so few top guys in the company and they seem to have so many repetitive main events on TV and even on pay-per-view at times, I think a Roman and Joe feud, I think they really would have brought it.
I think it would have been
Especially where
great.
they share that Samoan lineage.
Oh, would have been great.
Where they share that Samoan lineage, you know, I think they really could have brought it, and they could have developed a very interesting story. Maybe, you know, Samoa Joe is almost like on the island of misfit toys of the Samoans, where he's not related to the Anawais, and you know, he wanted one shot to go for that gold that he never really had or too many opportunities for during his WWE tenure. I think that would have made for a compelling story.
Or maybe he really is the tribal chief.
You think maybe they could have put, instead of even a championship, the title of the tribal chief up for grabs?
Oh, and then put that, the deciding factor would have been that universal. You know what? I kind of have a tendency to be out there sometimes, but I'll tell you what, if Joe was cleared to go, maybe it was a mutual agreement. Maybe it was. I hate to say it, but I think you'll see Samoa Joe in AEW.
I'll throw you this one, Johnny. Compared to what the direction it appears they're going now on SmackDown, would you have preferred to have seen Samoa Joe and Roman, or Roman and Cesaro?
No, I'd like to see Joe and Roman. Makes more sense.
I think it has more appeal.
We can build a beautiful storyline around that. It would have been really the battle of the princes, or the battle of the tribal chiefs. That would have been, I could see that storyline going on for 2, 3, even 4 months. But there again, I don't write for them.
Well, the good news is, it seems like every wrestling promotion on the planet that has a television deal is always looking for new marquee talent. And the good thing for Samoa Joe is he owns his name. He doesn't have to worry about being, you know, Billy Samoan or something like that in another promotion. He can be Samoa Joe wherever he chooses to go, which, you know, Impact Wrestling, they're looking to expand now that they kind of have some footing again. He had a long tenure there. Ring of Honor, he had a good run in Ring of Honor, but there never seems to be much expansion with Ring of Honor. AEW is adding a second primetime television show on TNT sometime in 2021. So the possibilities are really endless for Joe.
I think Joe has got unlimited opportunity right now. And again, I think the WWE made a mistake here, whoever made that decision, and it's got to come from the top. I think really should have re-examined the possibilities. Who knows? Who knows? They do what's best for business.
Well, what about two that did not break my heart on a professional level? Certainly personally, I hate to see anyone lose their job, but as far as what they brought to the table on a WWE wrestling/sports entertainment show, Billy Kay and Peyton Royce, the Iconics, who are maybe two of my least favorites I think I've ever seen in the company,
you know,
as far as their performance goes.
So now I sit back and say to you, that makes sense. That's all I can say. That makes sense. If I were the guy in charge, I'd be looking at who's putting asses in seats, who isn't, who's performing, who isn't. I'd say, you know what? Good luck in your future endeavors.
Well, and they did. That's exactly how they worded it.
It's the way to do it, brother.
You know, putting the tag team championship belts on them at WrestleMania 35 led to poor Sasha's meltdown, where she wanted to quit the company. And, you know, too interesting story. You know, they were friends going back to high school in Australia. And for them to come all the way they did to the United States to work, not only both get jobs with WWE, but to capture the women's tag team championship at WrestleMania, even if I didn't personally enjoy them, I think it's a heck of a story.
Yeah, but it didn't end the way it should have.
No, it was not iconic.
It was not a good ending for these.
It was not iconic.
These young ladies, and it's unfortunate. But you know what? Business is business.
I don't know what creative you could have found for the two of them to make it work, to be honest.
Well, you know what? I'm a believer, and I've always been a believer. I've never changed my attitude in life. There's always a way to make things work. And if you really take a look at what you have, and you're any kind of ultimate professional, and I'm not saying that those folks aren't, and I'm sure they're above what I am, ultimate professionals, you see what I'm saying? But I think that you can always find a way to repackage your product and put it back on a shelf. I think the case was it just didn't work, and the fact is I'm not going to work with it anymore. Let's move on. We'll find somebody else. Unfortunate, but I think the one thing they can do is look back and say, like I do, I had my day in the sun.
And they did. You know what? And, you know, I think the women that have been released almost are in a better spot than the men, because the women, there aren't as many women wrestlers out there as there are men, especially those that have had those few spots on WWE television. So I think that will help them land in a softer place. I believe Peyton Royce is either, I don't know if she's married to or engaged to or in some kind of relationship with the former Ty Dillinger of WWE, now Sean Spears in AEW. So I'm sure that could help her chances get a job in that position.
Yep.
One that is, again, a little, maybe even longer in the tooth, Mickie James released, former WWE Women's Champion.
I think when Mickie signed on, I didn't believe it was going to be a long-term relationship. I thought they were going to bring her in, use her here and there, and use her knowledge to help some of the younger young ladies or young women or women come up through the ranks. I'm surprised that they didn't use her more. I think she's got what it takes. I've done a couple of shows, several shows with Mickie James. Ultimate professional. There again, two sides: country singing, professional wrestling. I think some of her country music that at least that I've heard, I've enjoyed, and I do enjoy her wrestling. You may have a different point of view on that, and I don't think it's got anything to do with
the length of the tooth.
Yeah, how long she's going to be there. I just think once again.
Would you rather invest in someone that's going to be around in 10 years, or you're going to invest in someone that, since they've been back, is, you know, the injury bug has hit them and they're in their 40s, and you know how that goes.
Well, but you know what? I look at a lot of these young scrappers out there, and the injury bug is in their bodies.
True.
Because they want to do all this high-flying crap that really puts you in a very precarious position. So, you know what? Maybe Mickie should have been used in a different way. I think she'd have been good in a managerial position. You know, I like I say, I look at the product and say, where else can I put you where it's going to be meaningful to the talent as well as to the audience? And I don't think it was going to be a long-term contract anyway. But I'm sorry to see her go.
She was part of the broadcast team for the 2 nights of NXT TakeOver WrestleMania week. So it appears they did maybe try to come up with something new for her, and they just didn't feel there was great value. Almost like Billie Kay, who competed at WrestleMania 37 in Tampa, Florida. So maybe some of these decisions came late in the game.
Well, you know what it is? It is what it is. She, again, another young lady who did very well for herself, had her day in the sun, and unfortunately, everything comes to an end.
And she benefits that she also owns the name. She can be Mickie James.
Mickie James anywhere you go.
TNA, AEW, wherever she may want to go. She has that going for her. And if Billy Corgan is interested in opening the purse strings a little bit, you know, her husband is the NWA World Champion, Nick Aldis.
That's exactly correct.
That would be kind of an interesting dynamic, maybe, if they brought Nikki into the NWA. I don't understand why there even is an NWA anymore, but, you know, I guess that's a different story.
We're not going to go there. No. Let's just move on now.
All right, also released, Johnny, Chelsea Green. She was given an opportunity in NXT, then brought up to compete on SmackDown. She was in a Survivor Series qualifying match, and I don't know if she broke her arm, but I know she seriously injured an arm in that match. And then as she recovered from that injury, she was told she was no longer needed. Your thoughts on Chelsea, Johnny?
I really don't know what to say on that.
Yeah.
I just don't. It's a very unusual set of circumstances where you're injured. Maybe that arm break was more severe than we all know. You know, there's been people that have broken their arms, and now you lose that motion in that arm when it's repaired. So there might be a lot behind the scenes. All I can say is, good luck in your future endeavors.
Well, she is attached at the hip with the former Zack Ryder of WWE. So, again, maybe you're looking at another pack. A lot of package deals that can come from some of these
Zyder and his girl, there we go. We're going to do it, right?
A lot of package deals.
What about Boston Wrestling? Let's pick them up for our big show.
Who would you like to see out of that list so far that we've named?
Oh, I would definitely like to see Mickie James again. She's a hot ticket.
This is a surprise.
Well, if we do the fabulous world of women's wrestling.
Well, I tell you, the fans want it. What a better way to kick it off than 20th anniversary weekend this fall. MWF back to the 80s with the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Then either maybe the day before or the night after, we debut a whole new platform for the fans to enjoy, the fabulous women of wrestling. Don't make the fans look at it from, oh, did the men have the better match than the women? Give these women their own platform, like the NBA had the balls to do with the women, and create the WNBA.
We'll give it a shot.
All right,
I've got a podcast that I'm going to put it out there.
All right, well, remember where you heard it first, though.
Okay.
We don't want these,
No, it'll be, the airing tonight will be, maybe I'll just ask for people if they're interested to send stuff right here
These
to Boston.
fabulous women.
Right to Boston Wrestling. How's
and
that?
if there's anyone that knows anything about fabulous women, it's you.
Wow.
Fact.
Okay.
That's not even a rumor.
All right, and no pop.
A man that certainly became a forgotten son, that was part of the Forgotten Sons, Wesley Blake, about a year ago, that little faction seemed to be picking up a little steam post-WrestleMania. Then Jackson Riker, who is sadly the only member of the three-man unit that's left with the company, put kind of a right-wing tweet out there, and it didn't go over so well. They removed the Forgotten Sons from TV. What I find odd about that, Johnny, is even though Jackson was the one that made the tweet, he's the only one left with the job out of the three. The other two guys did nothing. And you know what? Jackson's entitled to have his opinion. Whether it belongs on a WWE wrestling-themed Twitter account, I don't know. But he didn't break any laws or anything. And now these other two guys are out of a job because of it. That's a little stiff.
Maybe he has something going for him that we don't know anything about. I'm just going to sit back.
He wants to walk with Elias right
now. Whatever you think.
Oh, you talk about one that should go.
I think that guy should be gone.
Oh.
I hate to say it. I don't want anybody ill will, but there's a young man.
Just nothing.
No. He's a poor imitation of the Honky Tonk Man.
And that's an insult to poor imitations of the Honky Tonk Man.
It is, definitely, but you know what? It is what it is.
Other than what, the fans would go crazy for, let's walk with Elias, and then the bell rings and it's just walking into a funeral home. You know what I mean? The walking ends after that chant. The walk ends. And now he's got Jackson Riker with him, and who knows what tweets they'll come up with. But
nothing.
I have not seen anything in Elias since his debut, other than he has great size and he's well spoken. But it's just as far as his matches go, he's been there for several years now. Can you think of one good Elias match?
Well, let me put it to you this way: he really hasn't had any matches. I mean, let's be honest.
What do you mean he hasn't had any matches?
Where has he really been challenged? It's like, comes out with his little plunky plonk thing, bashes people in the head, and then it's over.
Well,
it's like,
even though they weren't matches, he had a couple of encounters with the fruit of your loins at back-to-back WrestleManias.
He and John Cena Jr.
Which was kind of an insult to him, but...
Oh, to John?
Yes.
You got to
one led to the Undertaker encounter, so I'll give him that.
No, I would say that, you know what? In this business, we understand that we have to put people over, and business is business.
No, that's not one to put over. That like you said,
well, it ain't working, son. That's all I can say.
The guitar needs some new strings. You know what I mean?
No, I'm not arguing. Really and truly, I'm not arguing with you. But I just say to you, now we got this team. We're gonna have a tag team duo. What are they gonna do? Repackage it, bring it out with a new name and a new product? I'll guarantee you this. And I can't really say the word guarantee. I'll bet you by the end of the year or middle of next year, both those boys ain't going to be around no more.
What about the release of a man that I believe was on the Rob Gronkowski Friends and Family package, Mojo Rawley, released from WWE?
Wow, you are really raking everybody
Well,
over
I mean,
the
Johnny,
coals.
what has Mojo Rawley done in his tenure in WWE that made you want to see him on a television show?
Nothing.
I think the only reason he survived those massive cuts they had last April when they got rid of 30 people was because they wanted to keep Gronk happy. There was the possibility that Gronk was actually going to wrestle at SummerSlam if it was here in Boston before he went back to the NFL. And him and Gronk in real life are great, great friends. Would you want to risk upsetting Gronk?
You know what? I'm going to tell you this.
Let's hear it, brother.
Gronk's got his own thing. It was a one-time deal. Come in, play the game. You know what? Bronk doesn't need the spotlight, doesn't need to take it away from
But it was going to be more to it than what we saw.
I understand.
But he went back to the NFL.
I understand. He was going to sign up. He was going to have a 10-year. It ain't going to work. It ain't going to happen. Trust you right now.
Well, I think that's why Mojo's now lost his mojo.
Yeah, he mojo done been gone. Yeah. I didn't lose my mojo. Help me find my mojo.
He lost his mojo.
Yeah, well, he's gone.
One, I was really surprised to see go. One that I don't know about you, but under the right circumstances, the right deal, I would welcome here in Boston Wrestling, the MWF. Kalisto, I think a guy, a great wrestler. If you look back at that feud when they made the hideous decision to have your son lose the United States Championship to Alberto Del Rio during his pre-beatings days, Kalisto was the man to unseat Del Rio for that title. So, I mean, they gave him some semblance of a push, and it resonated with the fans. The fans enjoyed Kalisto. I think he was a great character for kids especially. Very colorful. He had the mask, which leads to merchandising opportunities. But maybe they sat in a room and said, how many mask guys do we need? And I think that's kind of a lousy way to look at it, where the Hispanic demographic is one you really could be looking at building with. That is such, if you look at the demographics of the country, is one that's growing. You know what I mean? More Spanish-speaking wrestling, Spanish-themed gimmicks. I think Kalisto is a loss. I don't think they did enough with him. But they have Lucha House Party as the tag team. Rey Mysterio isn't going anywhere, but at the same time, Rey is closer to 50 than he is 40. Sometimes you got to think about the next generation. And Kalisto, if I am not mistaken, is in his very early 30s. I don't know if that's one I would have let go.
Well, for whatever reason, they let him go. I think the mask thing is, the luchador style of wrestling has never come on with WWE for some reason. Great for the kids, I agree with 100%, but there again, you got to have a spot for it, and it just wasn't there, unfortunately. He was an outstanding athlete. I don't know why they didn't do more with him, Mysterio, if they really wanted to put this thing over. Who knows? I don't know the answer.
Well, it was like Sin Cara. Remember when the original, when there were two different ones, but when the original Sin Cara from Mexico debuted, even though WWE hated his style, I mean, that guy was over like $2 million.
He was great.
I mean, that was Baby Marati's first favorite wrestler, I think. He had WWE was kind enough to send him the mask, and he had all the shirts, and I remember how excited he was to see him in person, and then they just kind of lost opportunity, I guess.
Well, you know what happens? They start the ball rolling, and somebody gets to put air in it and just goes flat.
But I think Kalisto, especially with his size, I think would do very well in the independents. Does AEW have too many masked wrestlers where they have
AEW almost looks like they're forming a little arm of Lucha Libre out there with all these masked wrestlers. It almost looks like there's going to be another division. Might be a good spot. When we talk about bringing these guys into the indies, I guess the thing you got to sit back and ask yourself now is, can you afford them? Can you afford them?
How much would Kalisto command, though? I mean, I couldn't imagine someone at his level would be looking at a monster payday that would be tough for us to afford.
I don't talk figures because I don't know. I don't know what the pay is out there. I only know what I get paid. So.
Well, I think out of everyone that was released, the only one that you'd be talking big stamps for would be Joe.
Samoa Joe, yeah.
But,
and well worth it.
Oh, I think he'd be worth it, but I'm just saying that he would be the one that would command the big bucks. The other ones, moderate, I would say, for someone just released from WWE. But we're getting the cue from the back, folks. Right now, we're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Stand by. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. We're talking about the sad news, depending upon your point of view, of the releases from WWE post-WrestleMania. Usually, it's a couple of weeks after WrestleMania, but this year, they wasted no time.
Bang.
I think the ring was still up at Raymond James Stadium.
Nothing was taken down. Out it came. Here's the list. You're gone. See you later.
Now, Johnny, I hate to say it, but the next man that we're going to discuss that was released, I even said when his separation from his partner came, I hope he's saving his paychecks. And boy, did it come to fruition as WWE has released Tucker. I mean, for a show that for half a year was built around,
You know what? I never understood it. Never.
You never understood.
Forget that. Remind me of, you know what it reminded me of? It from the Addams Family.
Who?
Remember when It used to walk in?
That's who Otis reminded
And,
me of.
and Lurch would say, "Are there?" And then we go, I'm going, whoa, hold on. He's got to go knock you on the mat. Yeah, well, guess what?
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's see where he goes.
What? I mean,
I know, the
I'm not
man.
talking about Tucker, but what a colossal waste of time. And nothing against poor Otis, because I know he was a shooter that was recruited by Jerry Briscoe.
Right.
Jerry was telling us about it down at Wrestle House. But to think that they had this main event material with Otis, you know, Bandy Rose was just drooling all over him, like Majot Ouellette drools all over you. You know, they separated him with Tucker, and then not only did they break the two of them up, they never had a grudge match to follow up.
They should have
And they
been.
sent Tucker to another show.
Gone.
They sent him over to Raw, where he sat in catering as part of his revenge
Good
for
place to
turning
sit.
heel on Otis. Oh, not anymore, I guess.
No.
There's no more sandwiches for Tucker.
No.
Great sized guy at a time when there aren't many big guys, or as many big guys in the company, about 6'4". Like Otis, he was recruited by Jerry Briscoe. Has that amateur background. You know, unfortunately, WWE did nothing to help his cause in another promotion as far as having value leaving the company, but not unfamiliar to those that watch WWE. Where could you see Tucker wind up, Johnny?
I don't know why you're laughing. You know, folks, the show is not as easy as you think. My co-host, or the man who is behind the show, sometimes I just sit here and go, I wonder. But I have to do it because I'm doing it for you, the fans. This guy, you can't figure him out half the time. Where do I see him going? I don't see him going anywhere. Who's going to pick him up? You want it for the 30th anniversary?
Yeah, 10 years from now, we'll pick him up.
10 years from now. All right.
For the 30th, you just said.
There you go. Yep. I won't be around, but
I don't believe that for a second. I know you'll be pushing 70 at that point, but we'll still, you know, we'll send the limo up for you. But
all right.
Nothing against the poor guy. I don't think he had the chance to show his true skill set. You know, Heavy Machinery was kind of a comedic duo. You know, they were meant for laughs more than anything. I just think, you know what, okay, if you're going to separate them, give the fans a few weeks of a feud out of it. You know what I mean? Tucker turned heel on the guy.
Yep.
And Otis was, you know, as we saw during 2020, for a large part of the year, he was the main focus of SmackDown. They couldn't get enough of the poor guy.
They put a lot on that guy. They did. Yep.
Oh, my God. One of the active talents in WWE said every time Vince McMahon saw him, it was like his eyes had an orgasm. He fell in love with, not in that way, but he fell in love with the Otis character. I don't know why.
Well, he created it.
I don't know why. I don't know. I don't even think he created it. I just think he came from NXT, and, you know, much like Otis, when he saw Mandy Rose in the bikini, Vince saw Otis and said, you know, he had a little money in the bank lunchbox he started carrying around, and I mean, it was Otis mania in 2020 for a while.
What? Sometimes.
And look at what Otis is doing right now. Virtually nothing. He wasn't even on the WrestleMania show.
Bye. Hang on.
You don't think
he's not long for that? No.
You don't. You think we could be reporting the departure of Otis Dosovic?
I think so.
Sooner.
I think so. Yep.
I'll say this. I think his partner right now is exceptional, Chad Gable. I think what they've done with him is
good move.
A sin.
Good. Well, they're not doing anything with him. That's the problem.
Well, calling him Shorty G. Remember when they did that? I mean, talk about trying to castrate a guy and make him uncool, uninteresting, give him one of the worst nicknames in the history of WWE. But I mean, look at every tag team that Gable was a part of. I mean, he first started a team with Jason Jordan, who he mentioned whose career may be over because of the injuries that he suffered from. I thought Jordan could have gone on to become a top-tier main event talent. Then they teamed him with Shelton. and Shelton and Gable were a tremendous tag team. Then they put Gable with Bobby Roode. They were a tremendous tag team. Then they made him Shorty G, and now he's with Otis. So
there you go. What's that tell you? The back door isn't far away. Don't row the boat too fast.
Well, you know, there's a guy, though, Chad Gable, if he was ever available, my God, I think every promotion in the planet would be drooling to try and do something significant with the guy.
Hang on. Hang on. You look, WrestleMania finished, and before the ring, as you say, the ring of the lights were down, the typewriter was working.
And one more, Johnny. I saved this one for last because I have some very, very strong feelings about it. Bo Dallas was released, the grandson of Blackjack Mulligan, the son of IRS Mike Rotundo, the nephew of Barry Windham, the brother of the Fiend Bray Wyatt, another guy in his young 30s, a guy like Apollo Crews. I was a big advocate for based upon watching his work on the non-televised house shows, if you will. His work was just so good, so crisp, so authentic looking, you know, and they just put the man, almost like we were talking about with the Chad Gable story, just one bad creative position after bad creative position. First it was Bo leave. No one cared. No one believed.
Bo leave.
No, it was
Bo leave. I was
horrible,
there.
horrible.
Worst gimmick in the world.
Then they put him in that group of undercard guys, the social outcasts, with Heath Slater and so on and so forth. Then they paired him with another third-generation superstar, Curtis Axel, the son of the late, great Mr. Perfect, and the grandson of our good friend Larry the Axe Henning.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace indeed, sir. McGillicuddy got the walk-in papers last year. Bo did not. And the funny thing is, I don't know why they waited, because I don't think Bo has competed in a WWE match since 2019.
I think you're right. I haven't seen him. It's unfortunate. Now, there's an example where you could have created like Kane and The Undertaker. Why wouldn't you take Bo, put him back in the swamp, bring out the part that nobody knew about? You know what? I don't know. Maybe I've got a different view on how to use people, but when you've got talent like that, and that was one name when you gave me the list, I said, wow, why? This kid's got it. He's got it. For some reason, he don't got it because they don't want him. I'm sure somebody will pick him up. But again, I could just see that, this swamp thing, if you want to call it, against the Fiend, what a shock that would be. There's another existing person like Kane and Undertaker. Where are the writers? Why don't people think? It's just so easy to say, good luck on your future endeavors.
Johnny, I don't know. I know you, when it comes to things like Fiend and Undertaker, you love to get creative with things like that. I'll tell you this, I almost thought for a minute that they were going to do a Johnny Swerve at WrestleMania when Alexa Bliss was cranking that Jack-in-the-Box. The Fiend wasn't burned anymore, and he almost looked like he lost a lot of weight. I almost thought maybe it might have been Bo Dallas for a minute, and then the burned Fiend was going to come from a different side of the ring. But I don't know if I'd go that direction with him, but I look at the Bo Dallas that they had, you know, when he lost maybe a little bit of that chub that he had around the midsection, he got himself nice and tanned. He was doing something a little different with his hair. I don't know if he's a main event world champion guy for you, but I think he's a guy that could have definitely been an upper mid-card heel. I think he's a guy you could have got some TV main events out of to help build up the baby faces for the pay-per-views. And I think it is a sin that they let that much talent, especially a third-generation talent that was the son of one of their longtime agents, the grandson of one of their Hall of Famers, and the brother of someone that's been one of their world champions as recently as last year, for them to just, as if there was no talent. I mean, unless Bo wanted to go, but I didn't hear anything like that.
There's been no rumblings. I just think that when you're not used, you know, I don't know, when you're not used, you get that little bit of rub and saying, you know, why am I sitting here? You're paying me to sit home. I want to be involved. And I think there are a lot of ways to involve this young man. I don't understand some of these cuts. I really don't. Some you and I concur and agree upon. This is one I'm with you. Question mark. Why? Because I think you got to reuse them, repackage them.
I tell you this, I don't know what you think, but there is a guy, right circumstances, right deal, would love to have him live MWF
Right back
wrestling
here?
event.
Oh.
Even here in the studio. Imagine the stories he could tell as a third-generation professional wrestler with who his grandfather is, his dad, his uncle, his brother. I mean, his stories would be endless. And even though he's still a relatively young guy, I believe he's in his maybe 30, 31, he signed on, I think he was a teenager so he's
when he
been in
signed.
that system
He did.
for a long time. So, you know, I don't know Bo Dallas. I only know talent as I see it. Like I said, Apollo Crews, I was a big advocate of getting a push. I thought it was a good idea until I saw him develop his Nigerian accent and his grandfather that had the 5 Nigerian wives.
Here we go.
Similar to you back in the 60s. But
wow.
I just, you know what I mean? You're excited to see someone get the opportunity. And then the opportunity is after several years on television, you develop an accent and this, you know, well, we're not
I don't know about that, but we tried and it didn't work.
Well, it almost sounds like that Apu from The Simpsons that ran the convenience store.
No, you know what? You know the one thing I got to say, and again I'm going to get in trouble for this. Comedy and wrestling doesn't work. Look at please, get it the hell out of there. If you want to have a little giggle in between, enjoy yourself. But don't humiliate, degrade, and put down any of the professional women or men and the stupid comedic BS. I dislike it. Period. That's it. I know I'm going to get some emails and stuff, but that's just the way I feel. It has no place out there.
Do you think it's insulting to his Nigerian background?
It's nice. It is indeed. Into Nigerian people. Let's stop. Let's be real. You know what? I don't know who sits there and gets these giggles out of some of this stuff that they're doing. But you know what? I'm going to sit right here. Camera's right on me now. It ain't funny.
He's shooting.
Yeah, well, why do you do that? Make fun of overweight
well, I
people.
laughed at Tucker.
Yeah, well, I understand why you laughed at that, and that was a little bit of a reason to laugh. But, you know, I was here for the Royal Rumble and saw him in there. And I'm going, you know, what did he do? Absolutely nothing. He stood there and just kept going, you know what? That is not funny. It is not funny. It has no place there. It doesn't do anything for him or who he's working with.
And I think Apollo has a lot of talent in him. When you would see, when he was not put in the position where, okay, you're going to do a 4-minute television match, a minute and a half is going to be for your entrance. When he was given time on house shows to go out there and work, I thought, and I still think there's a lot of great talent in Apollo Crews. I think the fans are going to look at him as an idiot because why all of a sudden do you have this fake accent?
You know what?
Honestly, I don't know how else you look at it.
I am not against a little bit of a chuckle. Okay, let's use, you know, the bootios, the pancakes, and the yeah. You know what? Okay, that went over. The fans who were into that. It wasn't derogatory. It didn't play anybody down. That's okay. It belongs there. But when you start doing stuff like this, it makes absolutely no sense. You know, I can just see it now. Google this. I'm on this. I'm going to be in big trouble for this one. I know. But you know what? I really don't care because I love the business. I love working with the people I'm allowed to work with. Thank you for allowing me to work with you. But don't take people and put them in an embarrassing, degrading position, not only for them, but everyone around them. You know, you get some of these matches where you've got this comedic crap, and it doesn't make sense. The whole match is wasted. And you've got people with talent. I don't understand this.
Usually it's the opposite. They lose the fake phony accents. Look at Kofi when he was brought in as a Jamaican in the beginning, and he had the "Hey man" type accent.
Well, I worked with Kofi Kingston.
Yeah, well, you know,
I worked with him,
we're both very familiar with Kofi. But look at the success he found. Not that he had a bad career by any stretch of the imagination with the accent, but look at the merchandise sales once they stop with that foolishness. And I'll say this: I am not a fan of quote-unquote sports entertainment. But New Day is one of the few that can get away with it and do it right.
Absolutely correct.
And he's Kofi. He's not Jamaican Kofi.
No, he's the real deal.
Or as that guy Mike Adamle used to say, Jamaican me crazy. Poor Mike.
I remember Kofi Kingston when he first started because I was there with him when he first started. When he first came in with that gimmick and we cut the first promos, this kid was he was right on target.
Jamaican me crazy.
Yeah, but it worked, man. It worked. It worked for Kofi Kingston. It worked. And you know what? You're right. The New Day can do the comedic stuff. The fans ate it up. They loved it. It worked. You know where the comedy used to be in pro wrestling, and I'm not degrading anybody, when the little people were in there. That was really fun to watch.
Midgets,
the
if you will.
little swirls and stuff. You know, it was really Little Beaver and little. I really enjoyed that.
You always loved the Little Beaver.
I do, and you know what? I wish that there were more midget wrestlers out there. I really do.
Well,
I mean, there again, there's something that we're losing, because that really was put in there. And when you saw that, you know, Abe Ford to have him in there, the Boston Garden, you know, it was just
they
fun.
were a nice attraction to have once or twice a year.
And it was a
was
little comedic relief in there. It was great.
Yeah.
It was great.
Well, I know when Jerry Briscoe was with us for the seminar when he was still working with WWE in a full-time capacity, him and I had the conversation, where did all the big guys go? I guess the conversation now is, where did all the midgets go?
I don't know. I really don't. Dan, once again, is on his royal laugh over here. So if you're willing to laugh, we're going to start a new show starting. It'll be Sundays at 2. Laugh along with Dan. How is that?
On a serious note, do you think there is any way to bring Apollo back from this nonsense? Can you take away this accent in the future without people scoffing at him again?
Well, no, because what's going to happen now is you've embedded two different things into this man. Now it's like The Fiend, burned beyond recognition, and then WrestleMania. Okay, here I go again. He came out, and as my co-host here says, you know, the big man, oh, he looked like he lost some weight. Well, there was a lot of heat in that house when it burned, and it just melted right off. Those are things that people begin to look at and say, you know, your storylines don't make sense. They don't make sense. You, my friend, made an excellent comment. You thought that was Bo Dallas looking like the Fiend, and he was coming out of the music box. What an idea. Why do we have this young lady coming out and, the black fall all over? Oh, come on, please. Let's go on.
You know, Johnny, as we wrap up this episode, we get the cue from our good, longtime, close personal friend, Howard Miller, in the control room.
Great job, Howard.
What I found very interesting, Johnny, like most, all of these talents, you know, they were given the 90-day no-compete clause, and they continue to be paid. What I find very interesting, though, Johnny, is when Andrade was released a couple of weeks prior to WrestleMania, he was not. Now, I wonder what went on in that scenario where Andrade was not given the 90-day no-compete clause. Was it to keep Charlotte happy? Did he maybe know where some bodies were buried? Because as you and I both know, it is standard bearer for those talents to be paid 90 days once they're released. The only person in the modern era that I know of that was not given a 90-day no-compete clause was Kurt Angle, because he went to Titan Towers with his agent, and he said he was going to commit suicide if they didn't give it to him. And then you didn't know that.
No, I'm not aware of that.
In August of 2006, he was pissed that they put him on ECW, and he was wrestling on house shows in front of 1,000 people. His money obviously started going down. They didn't put him on SummerSlam for the big payday. And the week after that SummerSlam in Boston, him and his agent went, and he threatened to kill himself if they didn't release. So instead of the 90 days, they wrote him, he had a $1 million downside guarantee. They wrote him a check for $250 grand, and said, nice to know you.
Don't kill yourself.
And then you know what he did? As he was in this dramatic moment in Titan Towers, less than a month later, he showed up on TNA. So he was one of the few that can say he got one over on WWE. He played the game very smart, no pun intended.
Well, there's a lot that got one over on WWE. I look at Sybil. I look at...
Who?
No.
Who's Sybil?
I don't know. I'm just...
Oh, all right. They thought Sybil Shepherd or something. She was just a little one. But anyway, all right, wrestling fans. Well, Andrade is another one I'd love to have access to in the MW.
I agree with
if you
you,
talk
100%.
about a great talent that had potential galore that just they did nothing with, it makes you want to just put your hands in your face. As someone that not only works in wrestling, as someone that enjoys wrestling, as someone that owns WWE stock. You know what I mean? Why let good talent go to waste?
Well, there again, once again, you and I are on the same page. I don't quite understand these releases.
But they got Lana. They've got Dana Brooke. They've got Mandy Rose.
Mandy Rose.
I mean, please, come on.
Lana, Rusev, great friends. I really enjoyed them. Great couple when I first met them. I still think the world of both of them. I really do. However, Lana's first appearance as the Russian girl who took over and said United States is not good. We will destroy everybody. Great. She was that person. They destroyed her too.
She was the Brigitte Nielsen of WWE.
Gone. Yeah, they destroyed her. It's over. It's over. Game of Thrones, the dragon comes, take you out. Bye.
All right, wrestling fans, we'd love to know what you think of the WWE releases. If you're joining us on Friday night after SmackDown, we have the premier chat box going. You can include your thoughts on what's happening with our great moderating team we have now to try and help the cause, where I've been so literally, mentally, and physically exhausted of late. We passed the torch to Slick Rick B up in Maine, Stony, Smokey, Tina, Tania, whatever your true identity may be, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania's finest, Maria Davis. Maria. But they do a great job trying to help the cause. If you're watching after the premiere, you can leave your thoughts in the comment section below. If you enjoyed tonight's show, don't forget the Super Chat is open for business. Don't forget to tip the bartender. The nightlife has been crushed due to coronavirus, but the eBay store is open 24/7 worldwide. And that Patreon, baby, don't just be a Boston Wrestling fan. Become part of the Boston Wrestling MWF family. Get early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusives, and best of all, the knowledge that you, yes you, are helping keep professional wrestling legends working. Again, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For a man who is the personification of fabulous, I'm Dan Marati. We'll see you next Friday after SmackDown. You and yours, be well, stay healthy. Good night.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Boston Garden in Boston, Massachusetts for the WrestleMania Revenge Tour, Saturday, April the 30th, 1994. In the opening contest, Quang beat the 1-2-3 Kid. Mabel victorious over Bam Bam Bigelow via countout. The Heavenly Bodies defeated the Smokin' Guns. Razor Ramon with the win over WWF Intercontinental Champion Diesel via countout. Diesel won the title on WWF Superstars earlier that morning. WWF Women's Champion Alundra Blaze retained the title over Leilani Kai, who replaced Luna Vachon. IRS beat Tatanka via countout. Lex Luger victorious over Crush, who replaced Mr. Perfect. And in the main event, WWF World Champion Bret Hitman Hart retained the title over Owen Hart. If you were in Boston live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the link in the description box to help keep wrestling legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Hard to believe yet another week has gone by, folks. Hope you enjoyed these episodes. Take two. Hard to believe another week has gone by, folks. Enjoyed these episodes. I hope you did too. We'll be back again next Saturday night at 8 p.m., hopefully to make it easier for you to enjoy this program as opposed to our former 10 p.m. start time. As noted, both New Jack, Demolition Axe are going to be with us live in studio in May. Pre-order those autographed 8x10 photos now that they'll be signing to you live on the air at bostonwrestling.com. If you enjoyed Wrestling Insiders Week in Review tonight, give us a big thumbs up and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It is free. If you could share the link across social media, that's a monster help too. We need to get as many new eyeballs as possible on what we're doing. Again, Don't forget to tip the bartender. The gray $sign super chat button is still open. Every dollar goes right back into the show so we can bring you the best in professional wrestling talk and memories. So much great content is coming your way this spring and summer with friends old and new. You can also help the show by visiting our eBay store. The link can be found in the description box below, as well as if you hit the store button over on bostonwrestling.com. Want to try and make it as easy as possible if you want to be more than a friend or a fan to the show. Again, don't forget, you can be part of the Boston Wrestling MWF family by simply heading on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling and joining our inner circle. You get the early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders. You have access to our world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online and millions more on the Howard Stern Show. You get the Patreon exclusives, the perks, and the knowledge that you, yes you, are helping keep wrestling greats working during these unprecedented times. Again, it's patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Try it out. I think you'll love it. And that's about all from MWF Studios. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, folks. We will see you soon. Good night from Boston. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Westchester County Civic Center in White Plains, New York, Wednesday, May the 1st, 1985. In the opening contest, Don Morocco beat Jose Luis Rivera. Moondog Spot with the win over Rick McGraw. King Kong Bundy defeated Tony Gurria. Brutus Beefcake victorious over S.D. Jones. Superfly Jimmy Snuka battled Cowboy Bob Orton to a double countout. And in the main event, the Junkyard Dog defeated WWF Intercontinental Champion Greg the Hammer Valentine via disqualification. If you were in White Plains Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.